Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor James Graham of the Centenary United Methodist Church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Thank you. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. O God of all peoples, we give you thanks this day for the opportunity for us to come together to exercise this democracy, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Lord God, we ask for your blessing upon these council members who work countless hours for very little compensation in order to take care of the important business that we have in order to run this great city. Lord God, they are our voices and our votes, and they have our trust. We pray, O God, that you would bless them, that you would offer them your wisdom, and that you would open their hearts, their minds, and their ears to not only your will, but the will of the people, that they might do what is best for the city of Lawton and represent us well. We pray for your blessing on this great city, that it might flourish. We ask all these things in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Pastor. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Johnson. Warren.
Okay, now it's time for proclamations, and the first up is National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. So whoever's receiving that, please come forward. So this is the group that we never see that's so important to the communication that makes everything work, right? All right. Okay, so National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. Whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of the information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Lawton Emergency Communications Department. Whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. Whereas public safety telecommunicators of the City of Lawton Emergency Communications Department have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppressions of fire, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year, I therefore proclaim April 9th through 15th National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now Jessica gets to talk.
Okay. Well, for those of you that don't know, these dispatchers not only just serve the City of Lawton, but they also serve all of rural Comanche County. So directly, that's a little over 31 agencies. Yes, the men and women that are the heroes behind the headsets, if you will, never get to see them. But every fire truck that you see, every police car that you see going somewhere, ambulance, Typically, there's several dispatchers and several call takers behind that call, making sure that we get the most appropriate resources to that emergency. And so we also like to refer to them as the calm and the chaos. And just a little bragging point, but this agency, while we're a consolidated agency here in Comanche County, we're also some of the most highly trained individuals. Our dispatchers are actually certified in internationally recognized protocols for police, fire, and medical calls. So what does that mean to you guys as citizens? Essentially, depending on what your emergency is, these dispatchers are going to make sure that we aid you to safety and that our first responders get the most pertinent information so they can respond appropriately. So anything from helping you to do CPR, to applying pressure to maybe a gunshot wound, to helping deliver a baby on the side of the road, these ladies and men behind the headsets can do that with you and for you. So.
All right, let's give them another round. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Oh, here, what am I doing with that? Okay, now, Hungry Hearts. Hungry Hearts Lot. Is that you guys? Oh, okay. Hello. How are you? So good. Well, I'm so kind of wonderful. Thank you. I gotta have glasses. Whereas the City of Lawton values and honors individuals who dedicate themselves to the betterment of our community, and whereas Adrienne Davis, a military spouse, mother, and retired cafeteria manager, is a remarkable citizen, I'm going to repeat that, a remarkable citizen who saw a need in Lawton after encouraging a young man asking for food for his family and began to address that need in a very special way. Whereas Hungry Hearts Feeding Ministry was founded in 2015 with the mission to help put a stop to the pain of hunger in our community by providing essential resources to those in need, including meals served twice a week and on holidays, clothing, toiletries, and groceries as they are available. And whereas Hungry Hearts Feeding Ministry's commitment, effort, and spirit of giving have provided countless nutritious meals and in turn have been instrumental in addressing food insecurity in our community. Whereas Hungry Hearts Feeding Ministry, selfless and compassionate service to our community exemplifies the very best of Lawton values, and you have been an example to us all. Hungry Hearts Feeding Ministry is the Citizen of the Month, and Adrienne Davis is Citizen of the Month of Lawton for itself. Let's give her. Okay, now, here, you keep that, and then you get to talk.
Hello, I am Adrienne Davis, the founder of Hungry Hearts Feeding Ministry. This is truly a blessing, and not only a blessing, an honor to be able to help meet the needs of those that are in need in the community. Not only to be able to become a hand up in the community, we will now have a grand opening this Friday for a community garden on Pollard. So we are teaching those that come for assistance to become more self-sustainable in our community, and we also help assist other organizations where we can in the community as well. Thank you guys for everything.
Let's give her another round. Thank you so much. All right, such a great example. Thank you, Adrienne. And now it's National Healthcare Volunteer Week. And I see some healthcare volunteers over here. And this is representatives from the Hearts That Care Clinic. Whereas healthcare volunteers play a crucial role in supporting the health and well-being of our community by dedicating their time and talents to serving patients. And whereas National Healthcare Volunteer Week provides an opportunity to recognize and thank healthcare volunteers for their dedication, compassion, and service. Whereas Hearts That Care Volunteer Health Clinic has been serving the Lawton community for 25 years by providing dental and medical service to patients that fall under the federal poverty line and are uninsured. And whereas the Hearts for Care Volunteer Health Clinic will launch Southwest Oklahoma's only free vision clinic this fall, making Lawton, Oklahoma home to the only free clinic in the state offering dental, vision, medical and vision care, and an on-site pharmacy. How about that? And whereas the City of Lawton recognizes the contributions of all healthcare volunteers, including the volunteers at the Hearts That Care Clinic, that give their time, energy, and expertise to those in need, I do with pride proclaim this week, April 16th through 22nd, National Healthcare Volunteer Week, and this is the youngest healthcare volunteer. Let's give him a round of applause.
I was told to keep this short, so. Well, Hearts That Care, we provide the first and third Thursdays of the month. We provide free medical support. I see patients in Liska's pharmacy. We also, on the second and third Thursdays of the month, we do free dental. Come June, we're going to start doing free vision. Coming up, more details will follow on that, but McMahon just gave us a large grant, and we will be installing vision equipment next week. And so hopefully by June, July, we'll have it up and running. So we're excited.
Okay, one last thing before we applaud. You used to have a spaghetti dinner to raise money. That was the best baked spaghetti I ever ate. What happened to the fundraiser?
Well, I'm not sure about that one, but we do have a fundraiser on April 21st that's coming out called Cocktails of the Cause at the Lawton Farmers Market.
Okay, all right, great. So let's give them another round of applause. Okay, now it's Safe Digging Month. Who's coming up for Safe Digging Month? Okay. I guess I will. All right, now we've got a problem. This is so small I can't hardly read it. So it may take me a minute. Whereas each year the nation's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by unintentional damage by those who fail to call 811 to have underground lights. Now we're looking around to see who's ducking their head that forgot to call. To underground lines located prior to digging. Undesired consequences such as severe service interruption, damage to the environment, and personal injury, and even death are the potential results. And whereas Oklahoma's One Call and its 1,300 members promote the national Call Before You Dig number 811 in an effort to reduce these damages. Damage to any underground utility could result in service outages or worse, even injury or death. Designated by the FCC in 2005, 811 provides potential excavators and homeowners a simple number to reach their local one-call center and request utility line location at the intended dig site. Whereas through education of safe digging practices, excavators and homeowners can save time and money, keeping our nation safe and connected by making a simple call to 811 in advance of any digging project, waiting the required amount of time, respecting the mark lines by maintaining visual definition throughout the course of the excavation, and finally, digging with care around the marks. Now, therefore, I, Stan Booker, Mayor of the City of Lawton, do hereby declare April 2023 Safe Digging Month. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Mayor. The importance of National Safe Digging Month is something that we promote across the country, but specifically here in your community. I can tell you 3 really good reasons to always contact OK811 before you dig. First of all, yourselves. Nobody wants to lose water or electric or television when you want to watch the OU or OSU football game, right? Those services are underground. Excavation around those can damage that and interrupt it. Then there's vulnerable in the community that may need that heat and air to make it through the night, have the ability to call 911 if there's a fall or some other issue. And so the vulnerable in our community, of course, needs those services. And more people are working from home than ever before. So the ability for them to just make money. The facility operators and the owners are the reason that Oak Haven One exists. The gas company, the water company, the electric company, the telecom company, and those who provide those services. So obviously they don't want any damage to their services so that they can continue to provide those services for the community. But the most important reason to contact Oak Haven One before doing any digging is the excavator. The one who's putting that shovel in the ground. The one who's going to use that excavator machine and put that bucket in the ground. Damages can be repaired, but life cannot be replaced. So please keep in mind the importance of contacting Oak Haven One before you dig.
All right. Okay, and that brings us up to reports by the mayor and city council. We're going to start down here with the colonel. Colonel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Changing it up on me. Mr. Mayor, just two things to highlight. And again, I think most of you are familiar, but the first week of May, the Fire Center of Excellence will be hosting our fire symposium, which is a joint symposium with the Air Defense Artillery Community and also the Field Artillery Committee. That'll take place the 1st through the 5th of May. We're going to actually hold that at the Apache Casino, so in town, and we expect that we'll have quite a few active senior leaders that will be coming into the community for anywhere from 24 to 48 hours as part of that symposium, a few of the 3 and 4 stars, and that we also expect quite a few of our retired senior leaders as well that were both artillery and air defense communities. So great to have a lot of the retired senior leaders come back into town and in a community where they spent a lot of time. And then at the end of that, on the night of 5th and the 6th, we'll be hosting our first concerts of the weekend after a couple-year hiatus. This year we'll do something a little different. We're going to have 2 smaller shows, one on Friday the 5th and the second one on Saturday the 6th. On the 5th, we'll be hosting Shaggy. We'll be in and we'll be singing down on the polo field. And on the 6th will be Andy Grammer. Both shows are free and open to the public. No charge for parking. If you do not have a vehicle or a visitor pass, please use Gate 2 off of Rogers Lane. We'll have parking there. And I just would ask you to make sure that you bring your friends, plenty of water, and a great attitude, and please leave behind any firearms, illegal drugs, and pets. So look forward to hosting that, and then we'll finish up the summer with we believe, a country artist in August. So thank you.
That sounds great. Thank you for doing that. And also I want to say thank you for doing things that bring the communities together the way we are. I really feel like Lawton and Fort Sill are coming together in a great way. Thank you so much, Mr. Warren. Ms. Johnson.
Just wanted to remind everyone that we do have funding for youth programs, and we encourage you all to apply. The application is available on the city website.
Yes, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, buy local. The farmers market is active and running. It's a wonderful morning over there. I usually like to go over there and just kind of hang out. I do buy some stuff, but I usually like to hang out. Is somebody laughing? Anyway, I usually like to go there and hang out. Put that on your calendar. Go out there and support Buy Local and get the fresh food. Also, I may be stealing Mary Ann's thunder on this one, but the trash off, were you going to mention anything about that? Okay, we'll let Mary Ann mention that for you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chapman. Okay, and now it's time for Ms. Hankins. Trash off. They skipped.
Okay, now I'm on the spot because I don't remember the date of Trash Off. It's written on my day book, though, and I will be there, so don't. 24th Street is almost done. As of today, I think it's going to be, it looks like it's pretty well done. So that's pretty exciting because it's been a while, but there's been all kinds of reasons. And that's the good news. The bad news is we're not doing any better at keeping our dogs up. They're just, I have 2 dogs and I wouldn't think of having them run in somebody else's yard. That's just me, but that's also a policy for the city. You've got to keep your dogs up. No one wants your dogs in their yard. So I just get upset about it. So probably have to start a campaign about it. Oh, yes, and the trash off is on the 29th. I just remembered.
Okay, very good. Thank you for remembering that. And I want to give a shout out to the MacArthur Highlander Battalion, JROTC. Late Saturday afternoon, I got a phone call that they won the overall military, not just the Army. Last year they won the Army State Championship, JROTC. This year they won overall military. Colonel, you'll be proud they beat out the Marines.
Very proud.
Yes. And so we will be entertaining, I believe it'll all work out, for the JROTC from MacArthur, the state champions here on May the 9th, just like we did last year. And I look forward to that and honoring them where we can. And with that, we will move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. Come on up. And we just need your name and address, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your time. You might all recognize me. I've been here in the past, and my name is Marcia Cronk. I live at 5668 Southwest Indiahoma Road in Indiahoma. And in the past, I've come in and talked about our Comanche County Pet Resource Foundation. Today, we're going to talk about something a little bit different. I really want to address the pet crisis we have here in Lawton and in Comanche County. Today, we're going to focus on Lawton, but this is a county issue, and we need to start thinking about that. First of all, I want to say that I was so happy to hear that Adrian got the Citizen of the Month award. She deserves that so much. She is one of our very first advocates when we first started this process, and she opened up her facility for storing food and supplies and handing out those food and supplies. She has opened up her facility for low-cost pet vaccines and microchip programs, and so very grateful to you. And she is definitely paving my path in the mission that we're working on. So congratulations again. I'm very happy to see that. Okay, so let's talk a bit about the pet crisis in Comanche County, and particularly in Lawton. We all have seen the Facebook posts and the news reports, all of the stray animals that are abandoned, they're kicked out for whatever reason, they're surrendered at massive numbers at our local shelters. All of our shelters are overrun. Now, this is not an issue about the shelters. The shelter systems are doing everything they can with the resources that they have. Do you all agree with that? They are doing what they can with the resources they have. What does that mean? They need more resources. They need more resources. We've got to be able to bring up our shelter systems within Comanche County to a standard of care that is expected in these days. Comanche County and Lawton has helped tens of thousands of animals through the years coming through their doors. And their facilities are outdated. They're not meant to house pets for weeks at a time. You know, they're just not set up for that. And that's what's happening. There's so many pets that are being surrendered that we're now doing euthanasia for space alone. Euthanasia is going to happen. It's going to happen for illness, for behavior problems, for things like that. But we're euthanizing for space. Okay. So we got to go quick. Right here is a solution. One solution of many. So what I'm asking is, start to think about the pets in your community. Start to support education programs. This is a massive ask for a adoption center, but we can start slowly. Support your local shelters with education programs, pet food pantries, low-cost vaccination clinics, spay-neuter clinics. Solutions are there. Let's start using that, okay?
All right,
Thank you
thank
for
you
your
for
time.
coming.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak at this time of public participation? This is for items that are not on the agenda. Hi. Please come forward and give us your name and address.
Hello, sir. How are y'all doing? My name is Nicholas Evans. I stay at 408 Northwest 69th Street. How are y'all doing? My name is Nicholas Elijah Evans. I stay at 408 Northwest 69th Street. And I'm here to talk about Zontarius Johnson. Yes, sir. Well, me and my mother are.
Nicholas is one of the youth activists for the Zontarius Johnson Justice Campaign that we have held for the last couple of years. Zontarius Johnson was killed 2 years ago, and following that, another young man was murdered. And we would like to know what the City Council is doing in first responding to families that deal with police brutality. What type of programs are there being offered for families that have that tragedy in their life? You mentioned that there is funding for community programs. What programs are there for prevention for these types of things that's happening? Because we've seen the same two officers go on and murder somebody else right after when there was no accountability taken. His name is not even mentioned in most of the proceedings that are happening now after another murder was happened. So what is the City Council doing is our question to help those families that deal with that, because there's at least 17 police brutality cases that I can think of here in Lawton, Oklahoma alone. And I don't think that y'all probably even know of those cases. And it's gone on for the last 10, 15 years that I know of, and I'm 37. So that's about as far as I can recollect. What is the City Council doing to help those families whenever they are going through that type of tragedy?
Okay, well, thank you for coming and being a part of the system. There are state laws that require what we talk about, and it has to be on the agenda. This item, of course, is not on the agenda. That's why you're here during audience participation. We do have staff that can help you, and I'm going to direct you to the city manager, and he'll get you connected with whoever is the right person in order to do that. But unfortunately, we can't engage back and forth, okay? And that's a state law that whatever we talk about has to be on the agenda. Open Meetings Act, right? The Oklahoma Open Meetings Act. We'll get you a copy of that.
It states that you are not allowed to discuss what?
We're not allowed to discuss anything that is not on the agenda.
Oh, okay. So we're just allowed to state and speak. Y'all just listen.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And we'll be happy to get you a copy of that law, and the city manager, John Ratliff, will direct you to one of his staff to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Okay?
My son would like to use his 3 minutes now.
Thank you
I
for
would also
coming.
like to address the city about what happened at MacArthur Middle School, as y'all were just talking about their JROTC. I was actually a former MacArthur Middle School student, and I was just suspended for the rest of the year with an altercation that happened with my bus driver. So he stopped the bus, and in the midst of him stopping the bus, I've already been late picking up my siblings a couple times, and the lady told us that she was going to contact CPS if I was late again. So I went to go pick up my little siblings, but he stopped the bus because 2 girls had gotten into an altercation. So when he stopped the bus, I started getting scared because, you know, what the lady said. And then so I tried to get off the bus, and he stood up. And when he stood up, I bowed back to him, and he sat back down. And then I threw the lid to my chapstick. I threw the lid off of it, and I threw it at him. And he opened the bus, and then I got off of the bus. And I came back to school, and I forget what his name, Mr. Hagan, I think. Mr. Hagan, he told me that I was suspended for the rest of the year and that I couldn't come back for the rest of the year. And then we tried to go to Eisenhower because now we stay on the west side of Lawton. So we tried to go to Eisenhower, and they told me that I couldn't go to school anymore. So I just wanted to come up here and address y'all and ask all if y'all could help me with anything in that type of area, help me with that, because I do want to go back to school, sir.
All right. Thank you for coming.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else that would like to come during this time of audience participation. Yes, and please give us your name and address.
Yes, Ms. Merritt, good afternoon. My name is Lee Merritt. I'm a Pennsylvania-based civil rights attorney, and I've been hired by the family of Quandre Sanders. I've traveled here today with them in order to address this body, understanding, I'll address myself to Mr. Wilson, understanding that, of course, not only will there be no back and forth, but that there will be no discussion of ongoing litigation. The family asked that we travel here today, almost a year and a half after Quandre Sanders' untimely death, to remind the city of its responsibility to continue to amend this community. The family continues to hurt. The impact of Quandre's death and the lack of justice has continued to be felt throughout his immediate family and all around the country. I'm sure immediately after that December 5th, 2021 shooting, there were a lot more people here. But after months go by and weeks go by and a year and a half goes by, those voices begin to fade into the background. The family has asked me to join them here today to remind you all of specifically the responsibility of the City of Lawton. In a statement issued by your city council or city attorney, they acknowledged that the shooting of Mr. Sanders was wrongful and that it was inconsistent with the policies and procedures that their officers are trained under. I think that statement will prove eventually to be a bit misleading, but that the behavior was in fact consistent with the training of our officers and the behavior that we've ratified. I say we as a community because when you all set the policy and people elect you to these offices, it's state-sponsored violence. And so we've allowed our law enforcement officers to use a justification, for example, a justification defense for the use of deadly force. There are other cities, more progressive cities, that have decided that they don't want officers to be able to justify shootings, but they instead would rather a necessary force requirement. That's not required under the Constitution, but they're offering their citizens that additional validation of the idea that it should be our officers' utmost responsibility to preserve human life whenever responsible. That's just one of the ways that the city can change. You all know that the family of Mr. Sanders has filed a civil rights lawsuit. That suit, as you know, has an end goal of monetary compensation. It's the only thing available in our civil courts. However, this city council, this mayor, this group of individuals, the folks that I've heard from here today who have stood up to volunteer for their community, to pray with their community, to give a meal to their community, we can also, in partnership with the city council, come up with policies and procedures that make Lawton, Oklahoma, a model for the nation. And so it is our hope, and I've been asked to communicate to you all that this family doesn't want to continue to be in an adversarial role with the city of Lawton. Officer Hinkle and Officer Ronan will have to face their day in court, and they will have to answer for their behavior, but you all have a responsibility
I just want to say we do have a time limit. We do have rules, and I didn't tell you beforehand, so we'll give you 30 more seconds to wrap it up, though.
I
Okay?
appreciate that. You all have a responsibility and an opportunity to work with this community, this family, in order to pursue policies that would make this community a model for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mina Woods. This is my husband, Kenneth Woods. I am the mother of Quandre Sanders, and I asked for a little bit of forbearance. I grew up here in Lawton. This is a city that I love. I love it so much that when we got married, and I could have went anywhere in the world, my husband said, "Where do you want to go on for our honeymoon?" I said, "I want to show you where I grew up." And we spent our honeymoon out in Medicine Park in a cabin. I love this city. I was raised by the village. And I mean a village of all colors, races, creed. I was disciplined by. How can you serve a community that you now fear? That's my question to every police officer here. That in this court, in this city council, how can you serve a community that you fear? Who you're looking at today is not the person you would have seen 17 years ago. I was a crackhead here on these streets. There was no opportunity for me to come out, and I begged for help from judges that I went in front of, but nobody had help for me. But here I stand today because I left this community. And to know that this community the officers designated to protect and serve, not only was Quadri killed by them, but before that, in front of his children, he was tackled to the ground, which scarred his children. Something has to change. We held a protest saying stop the violence. And this is for everybody. Lawton is so much better than this. Like I said, I was raised amongst the community that disciplined me. My mother was a single working mother. If I was down the street, it was Miss Ruth, not a woman of my color, who would discipline me if she saw me do something wrong. Where's the community? Where's the community? Where was the community for my son who was crying out for help? What was the community for me when I became an adult who was lost and an addict? I had to leave the place that I loved in order to be this person I am today. And that should never happen. Lawton deserves the citizens that are here to begin to stand up and rise up and become productive citizens right here. To pour into the community here. That can only happen if you begin to heal the community. And the way that you heal is the officers that are coming in, race relations. It must be critical that you put them in classes for cultural sensitivity. They learn how to serve the community that they're destined to protect and serve. Extensive mental health evaluations, because we all go through things in life. This is a must. You don't know what that officer is dealing with. Do I have a hate for officers? No, because it was a police officer. Excuse me, I don't mean any harm. It was a white police officer who stopped me at the height of my addiction, talked to me on the corner of Cash Road and 14th Street, saying, what do you want to do besides this? You're so much better. It was a white police officer who saved the life of my daughter when someone tried to put her in the trunk and had beaten her half to death.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, okay?
I will wrap it up, but what I want to say is, where's the community? That's it. It is you all's job to put things in place for the community that you serve.
And I do want to say that as parents, our utmost condolence to you. Any loss of a child is tragic, and so my deepest condolence. Yes, sir, would you like to speak?
Thank you.
My wife's here. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you for coming. God bless you. Is there anybody else that would like to come and speak during this time of audience participation? This is for items that are not on the agenda. And if you would give us your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Andrea Maletta. My address is 2201 Northwest Dearborn Avenue in Lawton. I recently moved here from Texas, Arlington, Texas, and I had an experience. I just wanted to share it very quickly. And it feels, and it is, very superficial in terms of what else has been shared thus far. So I just want to acknowledge that. However, I was really amazed because I come from a larger place, and to come to a smaller town where things are in sync to this extent was really cool for me. I noticed my trash was out after others had been picked up, so I made a quick call to the city, and I spoke to a lady, 2 or 3 minute conversation. She shared with me some basics, and within 5 minutes, a text had been sent to Roberto, I believe. I went outside to thank him. The trash was picked up. And I couldn't believe how quickly that was resolved, and I was really appreciative. I also learned something such as I had noticed that people were driving past to the house before the trash was picked up, and I concluded that it was to be determined at what point in time it was left out, to determine what fees were going to be charged or not charged, and that all makes sense. And I came to the conclusion, with that level of intentionality, how beautiful it would be if the constituent service representatives of each of the city council districts came together with a focus of working on the pothole concern in the city of Lawton. If we were able to put our minds to that positive change. And I wanted to bring that to the attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come during this time of audience participation? Yes, and we need your name and address, please.
My name's Brianne Wattenberg. I live at 6703 Southwest Beta. Is that better? Sorry. I'm terrified. I can't speak in front of people. Quadri Sanders was my husband. I had 6 kids with him, and he raised my oldest child. This wasn't the first time that the police had done something to him, like his mother said. He's been tackled and dragged down the street in front of my children. He's been tased by the police in front of my children from doing absolutely nothing wrong. We have faced racial things since we came down back to Oklahoma. That's been almost 10 years. And everything has to do with the police. The whole night could have been avoided had the telecommunications people, when they got the call, ran the validity of the restraining order, because there was none. And when I went outside, the police officers should have listened to me when I told them that he was supposed to be there, because I called him there and there was no restraining order. So they should have left. There was nothing for them to be there. He was killed for no reason. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for coming. And once again, our deepest condolence for your loss. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward during this time of audience participation? Yes, sir. Okay, and please give us your name and address.
My name is Moises Rosado. My address is 4505 Northwest Lincoln Avenue. There have been a lot of talk today about building community and re-strengthening our community in Lawton. I've been going to Cameron University for the past almost 7 years now to become an English education major, or to become an English teacher. And in observing schools all across Lawton, whether it be high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, one of the biggest factors I believe that we are missing is quality educators, help for those educators. I've seen classrooms with 35 kids in them with one person to handle them all, manage them all. I'm not 100% sure. As I said, I'm still learning. I want to continue to learn. I want to know what we're doing to help these teachers who are struggling with these students that maybe don't have the best home life, that come to school as a sanctuary, and they don't feel safe there either. I came here trying to talk about something else, but I do believe this is something that is more important than what I came for, and it's not, I didn't see on the agenda today. I just wanted to bring it to your attention, and I do want to continue participating in these city council meetings, and I like to see this development. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Our children are our future, and it pains me to see them struggle so much in a place where they should be thriving, a place where they can feel safe, a place where they would want to learn and to want to continue to learn. And I see teachers that go home trying to do everything they do for these kids, and they don't have the resources, they don't have the time to connect with them and to foster that care and to foster that sense of community. And that is all I have to say for today. Thank you for your time. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward during this time of audience participation? Seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, are there any items that you desire to pull and consider separately?
16.
16? Any others, Council? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of item number 16.
Second. And a second. Please vote.
Chapman? Yes. Gill?
Yes.
Hampton?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Warren?
Yes.
Hankins?
The consent agenda carries 6-0. That brings up item 16. Consider extending contract CL 22-034 Wrecker Service Car and Light Trucks up to 15,000 GVW to Priest Brothers, Inc. of Lawton, Oklahoma. Councilman, I started to say Congressman.
And that's not going to happen. I pulled this because I had a question. It was kind of strange because I had heard some discussion about this a few months ago. Not this item, but why are we not bidding this? Why are you, and I'll go ahead and preface it with why I'm asking. We have two different contracts. We have a heavy contract and we have a light contract. The entity that has the heavy contract did not have an opportunity to bid on the light contract the last time because, as it was explained to them, they didn't have their address. The city didn't have their address to allow them to bid on the light contract, which was kind of hard to believe considering they bid on the heavy contract. So we mailed them something about the heavy contract, but we didn't mail them something about the light contract. So unless there's like some emergency reason to just go ahead and extend this contract, I'd like to see it actually bid and make sure that every wrecker service in the city of Lawton gets the opportunity to bid.
City Manager?
Larry, is there anything you want to add with respect to this item?
No, I would just say that these contracts were typically set up to where extensions can happen, but if council's direction is to rebid, then we can do that.
Would it be appropriate to make that motion, or do we need to bring it back as a separate item?
I would say you would vote this down, and then staff can bring this back as a separate item, because it's on to approve. So, yeah.
I'd make a motion to deny item number 16 and direct staff to bring it back.
Bring it back for approval for bidding?
Approval to be bid.
Open bidding?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Johnson? Warren? Hankins? Harris?
Motion carries. And that brings up item 17. Consider rejecting all bids received on March 21, 2023 for the mowing and litter control contract, CL 23-016, re-advertise and allow city's park maintenance, drainage maintenance division to submit a bid. Christine.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can everyone hear me all right?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Beautiful day.
We put out the mowing contracts back in March, and we received 3 bids, with one of them being a no bid. And after reviewing those bids, it occurred to me that we may be able to do it cheaper in-house. So today I have a presentation. I hope you guys all have it or can see it on your iPads. And, okay, how's that? Okay, Mayor, how's that? Okay, good job. Wouldn't want to bore you. No, it's okay. So I've compared what we could do in-house to the contract mowing. So on the first screen, you'll see what the existing mowing contract entailed. It included the right-of-ways and medians of the major arterials in City of Lawton, some neighborhood medians, and some vacant-owned city lots. The previous contract was divided between 2 contractors, Lawn Wizards and Teen Challenge of Oklahoma. That current price was $44,600 per cut. That contract was structured as a per cut basis. So what would happen is that the city staff would go out, monitor the areas, and determine when they needed to be mowed. They would contact the contractor of that area, essentially provide them a work order to get that done, and then we would go back out there and re-inspect after the mow was done before we paid them. For budget purposes, we budgeted about 14 mows. That gets you pretty much every 2 weeks from late March to early October. As you are all well aware, sometimes the grass needs cut before then and after then. Depending on the rain, it could require more cuts, but for budget reasons, we budgeted 14 cuts, which was up from previous years. Previous years, there was only 8 cuts allowed. So we have been increasing our cuts. Like I said, the Parks and Rec Department will go out there and monitor the areas and then give a work order for mowing to occur. And litter control was part of the original mow contract. The next slide, the proposed mowing contract, we did a little bit of modification. We did increase some mow areas. We also included some city facilities like the rec centers, libraries, and stuff like that, and some drainage areas. So altogether, there were 6 mow areas that we put out for bid. The proposed contract includes litter control still, tree maintenance for the off-season, monthly reporting, so we'll know how many times they've been out there. Instead of the staff saying when to go out there to mow, we put in the specification that they need to keep the grass maintained between 1.5 and 4 inches. That put the burden on the contractor to monitor when it needed to be mowed based off of rain, heat, so forth. It was up to them to determine to keep the grass at the certain standard. Edging against the back of curbs in the parking lots and trimming along the fence lines. And this also included, which did not make the slide, spraying twice a year. So hopefully to control the weeds and again the cracks in the medians to spray them with an all-kill type chemical. We did receive bids on March 21st from 2 contractors. These were 2 of our previous contractors, again, Lawn Wizards and Teen Challenge of Oklahoma. For the lowest bid area, the lowest price for all bid areas combined totaled $152,100 per month, which equates to $1.8252 annually. And then just for note, 2 mow areas did not receive bids. Those were the city facilities and the drainage areas. Just to compare that price to the previous price, the $44,600 per cut, the $152,100 gets us right in the middle between 3 and 4 cuts a month. So again, increasing the standard of more frequently mowing to make sure we keep our right-of-ways, medians, and other type areas at a higher standard, a better looking lawn. We are increasing mows. Then just to compare what we feel that the city staff can do with additional resources and additional staff. I worked with Cynthia Williams from Public Works on this, and so they would be taking over the mowing area for the drainage. They would propose additional staff. Along with park maintenance, we would propose 2 additional crews to take care of the lawn maintenance of the medians, right-of-ways, neighborhood medians, and such that was previously under contract. So this is just a breakdown of what we think we could do it for. This would be a savings of the first year of a little over $700,000. Again, the first year we would buy additional equipment to support those new crews. In year 2 through 5, we feel like we could save the city a little over $1 million versus the contract. And so over 5 years, you're looking at just under a $5 million savings. The next sheet is just a little bit more detail of how we got those summaries, and I'm open to any questions.
Council, we do have 2 speakers, but let's go ahead and ask questions of Christine before we go on to our speakers.
Mayor, Council, will we have the staff to maintain this all through the summer or these months?
It's always a question.
Yeah.
We are anticipating raising the cost or raising the salary to a minimum of $15 an hour for the crew and the crew leaders at 17. That is included in this. Also included in this is to bump up our existing staff to also that level. And so we're hoping with the bump up in pay that we would be able to hire staff But again, that's always a question.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Gill is before me.
Oh, Mr. Gill, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, a question kind of going along with what Councilman Chapman asked. Is this going to cause us any slowdown in any of the areas that we are maintaining now? Or, I mean, I know you look at this at a certain amount of manpower, but we only have so much right now, manpower, and we have a lot of other things to take care of besides just this. So right now, without hiring additional people, can we handle that much?
The short answer is no. We would have to take the priorities and, like we have in previous years, hit the high priority areas first. Street right-of-ways and medians are very highly visible, can be a safety concern, so those would be addressed before possibly some neighborhood type parks. We've always done the best we can, and we continue to strive for that. But we'll manage with what we've got if that's council's wishes.
So what you're saying is if we do run into trouble there, we can always put it out for bid again though, correct?
Yes, putting it out for bid is always an option.
Okay.
Just trying to bring this to your attention.
Yeah, I understand. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, three questions, Christine. One, are you talking about adding these people full-time year-round?
Yes, sir.
So what are they going to do, shovel snow in the winter, or?
Parks and Rec does shovel parking lots. Streets crew does streets. Building maintenance crew does sidewalks to the public facilities, and the park guys are always in the parking lots. So we do that. We do regular park maintenance, replacing benches, doing repairs. We'll have a lot of tree work to get done. In the past couple years, most of the guys in the off season, they're highly involved in Holiday in the Park. And we would continue to do that, but with extra crews, that would also allow us some time in the park still also.
So is it 8 additional people you want to add on, or is that the total?
Just for park maintenance would be 8, and then there would be an additional 6 for drainage maintenance.
And then what would be your confidence level that we can find 8 additional people when we haven't been able to do it in the last several years?
Right. The starting pay right now is around $13. So I'm hoping with the bump up to the $15 minimum and the $17 for the leads, it would attract more people. Sometimes we get applications and we have, 20, 30 applicants. Other times we get just a handful. It really is just a wave, and I would be sitting here lying to you thinking that we could just go out there today and fill these crews. But I'm hoping with the increase in pay that that would make it attractive.
Mr. Hampton.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Christine. So these bids here, just to piggyback off what was said, are just for the summer cutting with the vendors that
This would be for an annual contract.
but the bids that we got were just for the summer with the vendors?
No,
Or
they
they're year-round?
were for a year-long contract.
Okay.
They were to bid on monthly service for the length of the contract.
And as Councilman Harris said, during the off-season, I guess they just pick up the litter, or is that what you're saying?
Yes, because the off-season, of course, we know in the winter that the litter does pick up. That's when our winds come sweeping through the plains, and we've got litter. And this would also do the tree maintenance along the street right-of-ways and medians, along with the litter. This would be basically requesting that they at least view the area weekly to monitor the litter, stuff like that, with the trees. And then they would also be available if we needed them for, maybe a winter-type situation.
Okay, I know we were addressing some of the issues of the city actually taking care of this, but you did say that 2 of the areas were not even bid on this contract.
That is correct. The city facilities, so they'll continue to be maintained by Parks and Rec staff along with the drainage areas.
Yeah, number 5 and 6, right, on the bid sheet?
Yes, sir.
On that bid abstract. So the first part is that you want to take this, cancel these, and then rebid them, and then if that takes place, it's quite possible that somebody would want to bid those 2 other areas for the complete job that we really need here at the city.
There's always, the possibility that we would, again, with this awareness that there would be more contractors who come out and bid. We did send it out to, I believe it was 5 companies, I guess personally through email.
Right.
And the bid invitation was on BidSync, which is where all city contracts go. And any contractor can register with BidSync and kind of denote on there
Right.
what type of bids they're interested in.
So it's kind of twofold. We need to, I'm thinking that we may need to rebid just for the fact that 2 areas didn't even get any bids
Yeah,
on
and
the
when I-
full bid abstract. And then the other part, of course, is that the city might be able to do this cheaper.
Right.
Correct.
When I did ask the contractors who did bid on, you know, why they thought or why they didn't bid on those, it was basically because of staffing. They didn't feel they had enough staff to, you know, continue doing all of the areas.
Okay.
Because the city facilities and the drainage areas, they were added to the mowing contract list from previous lists. So they just feel like they didn't have enough staff to address it. So they didn't want to overburden themselves or say they could do something that they couldn't accomplish.
But they had a full opportunity to bid all, what is it, 6 items?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I
Okay.
can't see.
City attorney
Okay.
has, oh, I'm sorry, were you through?
Okay, that was
Okay.
it. That was it. Thank you very much.
City attorney's got a question.
Chrissy, I just had a quick question on the agenda item. It was to consider rejecting the bids and then re-advertise and allow city to submit a bid. If we're wanting to do it in-house, do we really need to re-advertise, or are you wanting, I mean, why do city, my question, what was in your mind about city submitting a bid? If we're just going to reject and do it in-house, we could do that.
Again, that would be up to council's wishes. I mean, I am presenting today to give you an idea of what I feel that city staff could do it as, but if we wanted to go out and rebid to hopefully maybe get some new contractors in there, we would be open to bidding it ourselves just for a comparison.
And Mr. Warren.
I like the idea. In fact, I think that, and this is going to, I think it's still germane, but I think it's something we ought to look at for a lot of services that the city provides. Maybe we need to bid against some private entities for a lot of things, because we are tasked with getting the best price for the things that need to be done with the citizens' money. I'm not quite sure on the way that we're going to be able to tell if the contract was actually performed, unless we treat it like a real company. And I don't know exactly how it's all set up with staff, but take Rusty's sewer rehab for an example. That's basically a company in itself that they're out there putting sewer in the ground every day, all day long. I know that's going to be a little bit easier because that's all that they do, but I'm a little concerned about the ability to bleed staff back and forth from this job to where we might need them, and the way that affects the bid that we're providing to be bid against, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I think it's a good idea, but I do think that we probably need to rebid the whole thing so that everybody knows that they have a level playing field.
Okay, now we're going to get some speakers. Lauren Davis Scheffler. 19792 Northwest Cache Road. Go ahead.
Yes, we also have 3 addresses in Lawton as well, our 2 thrift stores and our location at Lawton Correctional Facility.
Okay, so you represent Teen Challenge, right?
Correct.
Okay, and get a look. You're kind of tall, so you may
Okay.
have to adjust it.
I'll just bend down a little. There we go.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, City Council and Mayor Stan Booker. I'm the Executive Director of Sunrise Adult and Teen Challenge. We provide recovery assistance for over 150 individuals in the Lawton and Cache area. We do this through our 2 programs in Lawton and Cache. We have been funding partially our program and enabling us to help these individuals through our Lawton City Lawn contracts. We've been doing this for over 21 years. 21 years of mowing contracts. We have been mowing almost every Lawton City contract that there is, save a couple of them. So we know these properties like the back of our hand, and we've been doing it for 21 years. We are here today to argue on behalf of Teen Challenge and the work that we've done for the past 21 years. We've been working with the city, and it has been an enormous blessing. And let me just first of all say that. Thank you, City of Lawton, for what you do for this city. This year, the contract bidding process was more convoluted and complex than it's ever been in the 21 years that we've been doing this. I have been here for 16 years of that, and I've overseen 16 years of the bidding process. I've actually argued in front of City Council before for lawn contracts. And so we have been doing this for some time, and it was a very complicated process, and this is why multiple contracts were consolidated and put into large contracts, which isolated certain contractors, and that's why there are no other contractors at the table. These contracts are very, very complex, and to be able to do what's asked in them, it's going to take an enormous amount of labor and funding. The new contracts added numerous things to them that we've never seen before. And so there's a reason that the prices have more than doubled, because the services and the time has more than doubled. So it's very, very obvious to see why these prices have exploded, because we're asked to maintain properties for an additional 6 months. Now, within that 6 months, what was missed earlier is that's when the spraying of pre and post emergent, which is absolutely astronomically expensive. When you're spraying just Rogers Lane alone, it's massive. That's a lot of chemical. And so that's what's happening in the off-season. The spraying of pre and post-emergent, picking of weeds, trimming of trees, trimming of hedges. Properties were extended, as well as numerous things added to those contracts. And so there's a reason that the prices have gone up exponentially. I did read the proposal and obviously just was able to hear that. And I do understand the heart behind that and the ability that the city could try to tackle those. But I'm going to tell you, we've been doing it 21 years. You're missing something. This is a very, very hard job. It takes us 16 men. Let me put this in perspective. 16 men, 11 John Deere zero-turn high-end mowers to cut Rogers Lane and Lee Boulevard. It takes us a week just for those two properties. 16 men, 11 zero-turn mowers. That's a lot of work to do the quality of what we've been asked to do. And so there's a reason the prices have increased. I believe there's a very simple answer, and maybe I'm over reading this, but the contract can be canceled at any point by the city. At any point, you can cancel the contract. It's written in. The last contracts, we could also cancel at any point, but now that's been removed from the contract. Now the city council is the only one that can remove themselves from the contract. It would be very easy in October for you simply not to require us to mow anymore. That would cut your budget from $1.8 million to $1 million. That solves the problem and enables the city to continue to have the quality labor that we've provided for the last 21 years, and to provide the assistance that we do to the men recovering in our program that can find the vocational experience they need to mow the city of Lawton. And so, City Council, Stan Booker, thank you so much for the years and of relationship and the opportunity we've had to serve this great city. And God bless you, and thank you so much.
Hold on just a minute. Do you have any questions for Lauren? Thank you for coming. And we have another speaker, Renee Gottlieb. Did I say it right?
Renee Gautier, sir.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're with Lawn Wizards, the other bidder.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you have to tell us?
My name is Renee Gautier, and I'm the owner at Lawn Wizards. I have also been mowing for the city of Lawton for about 15 years, overall time in doing medians and right-of-ways. Lauren back here, him and I have been going around and around for many, many years on these mowing contracts. But Christine, on the other hand, and I think it's just because she does not know, when I went through the numbers, because the massive extension to the contracts and how much more mowing and how much more manpower, as she had down 8 people to extend, they have 16 men that they put out there every single day. We put out 11 men every single day. So that's 27 employees between the two companies that we put out there. We also put 11 big commercial John Deere mowers on the road every day for 40 hours a week. what we find is that her numbers for labor are tragically off. If 10 people and 10 mowers is just not going to be able to accomplish what they're asking to be mowed in a 1 month time, much less mow it more than one time a month. There was also a discrepancy in the fuel cost. If you look at the second page that says in-house contract mowing, what you'll see there on the right-hand side of the page down to the fuel line, Christine says that she could approximately mow for $240 a week. Our mowers last year at 9 mowers on the road was running $300 a day in fuel. These mowers hold 12 gallons of fuel, and they will go through it at the end of the day. So 12 mowers, 300 gallons of fuel, or $300 in fuel. And right now we're using the $3 mark because that's where fuel is, but fuel could possibly go to $4.50, $4.25, we don't know. We just take that chance on it. So and her end-year number was $12,000. With the amount of mowers, which I believe between Lauren's 11 mowers and my 10, we're talking about 22 mowers on the road. That would be approximately $600 a day for fuel alone. With the annual cost at 7 months of mowing, not for the whole year, just for the mowing season, would be $84,000, not $12,000. So my concern is that the council doesn't really understand the concept, the amount of employees that it takes to do it, and the amount of fuel, and the amount of equipment repair. These are just small items, equipment repair. We spent $16,000 last year on mowers that were pretty much under warranty on things that were just damaged by the crew. So, and then my next line item on that is, again, employees. We have enough employees to start mowing tomorrow. All the equipment ready to go, all the trucks, all the trailers ready to go tomorrow. I looked at the city website, which also is part of what I do. It looks like the city is in need of 100 employees across the board, firefighters, policemen, in every category. My concern is that the city could actually fill these extremely hard jobs, because we're talking about weed eating miles of curb in 110-degree weather. Are they going to be able to fill that contract as far as employees are concerned, and not in 8 or 10? In order to be able to do it, we're looking at 20. Thank you for your time, Mayor, council members. Again, thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think Mr. Gill had a question for Lawrence.
I do, Lawrence. You just before you sat down, you were talking about 1 million or 1.8 million, and I got the end of that thought. Is that for just mowing only? So the rest of that's for the rest of the year on trimming trees and doing emergence and that sort of thing?
So all the stuff that was added to the contract this year, basically.
What was that?
Spraying of pre and post emergent,
Okay.
picking of weeds, trimming of hedges, trimming of trees, and everything else would stick.
And you haven't done that in the past on
We've
your
never
contract?
done that in the last 21 years we've been doing this.
So that's something the city's doing then, I would assume, or we're
No
just
one's doing it.
No one's, okay.
Including a drainage area.
Okay.
No one's ever done
So
drainage
the
area. It's
difference
new.
in that, if you went back to your regular contract, is it 8 or is it 1? You said it was 1.8, so you'd cut it from 8 down to 1.
I'm saying that I believe the city's budget is 1.8, and that's the problem. And I'm saying that can be cut down to 1
Okay.
million by us stopping mowing in
What would your
October.
price be if it was just mowing? If all you did was the mowing from, say, March to October? That's basically the dates we're talking about?
Understood,
Would
yeah.
that be about half of your bid?
It would be that monthly billing cycle times 6, because we mow 6 months. I don't have that exact number, but she has our bid that we put out that is our monthly bid.
Is it fair to say it would cut it in half?
Oh, absolutely, because it's
Okay.
6 months, you're cutting 6 months. Yeah, it's literally in half. It's
So the
6
mo-
months
the
of mowing
mowing-
versus 12
Just the
months.
mowing portion would be half of that.
Yeah, because we bid the whole year, not just 6 months.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's all spread out over that 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think it solves it by stopping mowing in October, because literally that's stuff we've never done and the city has never received. They're still receiving the same care, I believe, for cheaper after looking at the numbers. I believe the city will receive cheaper care because of this. And I believe we could show those numbers if we had the time, because we have 21 years of them.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Lauren, so your bid is, you submitted a bid for the whole year, or did you submit a bid for monthly?
It is a monthly, yes, there's a monthly charge on those bids, yes, and we have to fill out a paper, and so we have to fill out a paper saying exactly what we did within that cut, and so that substantiates the monthly amount that we've bid.
But when you bid, did you submit it by the month, or did you submit it at a price overall?
It's both. There's a monthly price, yes, I'm sorry, there's a monthly price that was submitted, yes.
Okay, so if we didn't use you from November through March, then we would cut off 5 months of, okay.
Yes, exactly, and you could even take another month there, and that's your half that I was talking of, if you were to cut it in half.
And the city attorney may have to quelch me on this one. If I could ask, we're paying, I guess Christine's proposing we pay $15 an hour. What are you paying your people?
So that's what's unique about our program. This is a vocational assistance program. These are men in recovery, active
Right.
recovery, that are overcoming addiction in your local community. And so they are receiving a program in care.
Okay.
In kind. Yes.
Okay, and the same thing?
My company, on the other hand, is not that. My company, we pay our employees as everyone does. And our employees, our minimum pay is $15 an hour. Our team leaders are making $17 an hour. And we pay the same price. The city also has a fuel pump for police cars or whatever, but we pay the price at the pump just like you do.
Thank you. I just wanted to compare apples to apples.
Correct.
Thank you.
Christine, what's the start date of this contract?
Well, before the bids went out, we were hoping April 1st, but of course, we are past that now because of the prices and,
So we're not being mowed.
well, it's being mowed now by the city contracts, or by the city staff.
A short city staff. So it seemed, as I'm trying together, it seems like the confusion came in with the change of the bid requirements. If this was, if we did what Lauren has recommended, does that get it more in line with what your expectations would have been for just mowing?
You know, we've talked about how we could get more contractors involved with this to make, try to get the best price for the city. It was determined that we would offer a year-long contract just to hopefully entice the more contractors to bid. Because I know, in the off-season, they aren't getting paid by the city. So hoping that if we had a year-long contract and gave them something to do in the off-season, that would just entice more companies to want to bid.
So what was your budget for this? What did you have in your mind that this was going to be?
Based off like last year's number,
Okay, what was last year's number?
last year's number was $44,600 a mow. And so we budgeted 14 mows.
24,000, just a minute, 24,600 per mow.
44,600.
And today it's 44,000 per mow?
No, last year it was $44,600 per mow. We budgeted 14 mows, so that was $624,400 for the year. And that would get us about, every 2 weeks mow. So if we doubled that to possibly 4 weeks a month, which would be weekly service, you would think, that doubled would be an estimate, which would be 1.2.
What's the solution here, Randy?
What? I think I'm confused about the whole trimming of trees and the off-season work. Is that work that's been being done by staff currently? Like last year, did we do the tree trimming and all the stuff that's required in the contract, this new contract? Did we do that in-house?
That was the goal. We don't get enough park maintenance done in the off-season. We don't get enough spraying done just because of lack of staff and the support we provide for Holiday in the Park.
Well, and I think this is a two-sided deal, because if we're really going to try to bid against people, I don't think we want to split that contract and say, well, we're going to contract out just the mowing, and then we're going to do the other stuff in-house, and we might not do this other stuff in-house if we don't have time. but then we were, of course, then we're going to bid against some people that have to do it. So I think if we do this and we bid, then we need to bid this as a separate company that's going to provide 12 months of service and do all those things that we're requiring them to do, and keep those books separate so that we know that we've actually accomplished something.
And I'd say the ultimate goal into revising these contracts was to raise the standard of care. The medians were not getting mowed enough. That's very visible. And so, rewriting this contract was, again, raising that standard, having the litter control picked up or at least evaluated on a weekly basis, and, just providing more feet on the ground to provide those services.
Oh, I like the raising the standard idea.
Mayor.
Oh, okay, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah,
And then Tim thinks he's got 3 ideas for possible solutions, but we'll go with Ms. Johnson first.
Christine, just wanted to ask the question. So in the past, with them providing the services, were we keeping up with what our staff was supposed to do? I know we had a lot of citizens come up and complain about tall grass, in different areas. If they're providing, I can't remember, was it 21, total 21 or something like that, and we're talking about hiring 8, would it be more feasible to keep them, and then those 8 that we propose to hire, maybe do some of what was added into their contract?
I'm open to everything. Again, I think the priority is to raise the standard. You are aware that we did get 4 additional staff members in park maintenance this past year that were assigned specifically to Elmer Thomas Park. So that was 4 more staff members that only concentrated on Elmer Thomas Park, and that took the remaining staff out in the community for the rest of the park. So we are making strides for that, but staffing levels is always hard.
Tim.
Okay, so Mayor asked for some possible ways to vote, and just thinking about it, I think you could do what staff recommends and vote to reject the bids and re-advertise it as proposed, as it is. Council could vote to reject the bids and directs to re-advertise the old method of doing it, however that was, a more restricted way or less involving. Third option I think of is you could vote to not vote to reject and then direct staff, because it's a reject item, not approve, and direct staff to bring it back to approve the agreements. Those are what I'm seeing.
So it kind of seems to me like we could bid with an alternate bid. One bid is equivalent to what we're used to, what was last year's contract. And then submit an alternate bid for the extra things added to the bid. And I don't have a problem with the city bidding it, but I don't know what we do if the city can't do it. We're just kind of in a mess. I prefer the contracting myself. It is a sticker shock, but I think we might have created the sticker shock. And
we could always take the contract from a year long to just a 9-month also.
Or 7.
Yeah, or at this point in time, 7.
And I don't know that we're in a position to bargain. It seems to me we just have to reject and rebid, but maybe bid an equivalent to last year and an alternate. And if somebody make a motion
I make a
or has
motion that
another
we
idea.
reject the current bids and rebid for basically last year's contract with an alternate for the extension of all those other items in the off-season.
Have a motion and a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman.
Motion carries. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
And thank you for mowing. Number 18, discuss the process under Section C-210 of the city charter to fill the Ward 6 council member position being vacated by council member Sean Fortenbaugh effective March 27, 2023, including the manner in which nominations will be made to the city council and take action if necessary. Tim.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I asked that we re-agenda this item. It was discussed at the last council meeting, but I think there's something important that I needed to point out, make a little bit clearer. After the last council meeting, I took a look at the charter again, and the charter basically says this. So it says that the council, by majority vote of its remaining members, shall fill by appointment vacancies of the office of mayor and its own membership until successors are elected for the unexpired term of that office at the next possible municipal election. So in looking at that language, what does that mean? Well, that means when we have a vacancy like we do now, we have the ability and we're required to appoint someone to fill that vacancy until successors are elected for the unexpired term of that office at the next possible municipal election. So right now, council has voted to allow applications, I believe it's till like the 21st of this month, and then after that, there'll be an appointment. Now, once that appointment is made, according to our charter, we have to have an election to fill the unexpired portion of that term of Ward 6. So we'd be looking at an election in September 12, but again, that election would be, when I read this closer, to fill the unexpired term of Ward 6. Well, the unexpired term will run out in January of 2024. And so what that means, and I went down and spoke with the election board, Amy Sims, what that means is we're potentially looking at having 2 elections in September. We would have a special election to fill the unexpired term from September to the end of December or early January, and then we would have a regular general election for Ward 6 to fill the next term. And so that's, and I know it's a little odd, but that's the way our charter reads that we have to do, and we have to follow our charter. And so that's my opinion right now. I'm looking at that, still working with the election board. I did brief the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem on this last week. And so they're aware of this. Like I said, I spoke with Amy Sims at the election board. She said she would accept a resolution for a special election as well as a general election for Ward 6 in September. But I wanted to make sure the council understood that because it's a little bit different. But it's kind of because this term is ending. Councilman Fortenbaugh resigned close to the end of his term, but we do have to follow our charter.
And so that would be 2 entries, the same, on the same ballot.
Well, I think it would be 2 different ballots. There would be one ballot for candidates who want to, if anyone files to run, to fill the unexpired term, and that would be the special election. Then there would be another ballot for candidates who want to run for the new term. So it would really be 2 different questions, and it's certainly doable. It won't cost really any more money, because we already have the election scheduled for September. Will be one scheduled in September, so we won't have to pay extra money for people to man the ballot booths in Ward 6. I think there will be maybe an extra cost for the extra ballot question, but that's about it.
Mr. Warren.
I was just going to ask the question if it had to be on the same ballot or if it had to be on the same day. And I think the day is certain because it has to be an available election date. The ones in the past have been so much easier, but I guess it is what it is. I don't know what if no one. Okay, I'm assuming that we would have the first ballot at the top to fill the unexpired term. Now, what if no one files for that? Would we just be empty as the person that was appointed would serve until January 1st, or when they're sworn in January?
Well, I would think the person who is appointed would need to file for the unexpired term. And I would think they would do that. The question would be, would they draw an opponent? Okay. And if they don't, then they would basically win by default, and then there would be also the companion election for next year, the next term.
Oh, I don't know. Go ahead.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Attorney, does the language say earliest possible election?
The language in the charter says this. It says, "The council, by majority vote of its remaining members, shall fill by appointment vacancies in the office of mayor and its own membership until successors are elected for unexpired term of the office at the next possible municipal election."
Is there not a municipal election before then in June?
There is a municipal election in June, but in order to do that, the council would have to appoint somebody like right now, and then we would have to have a special council meeting on April 13th to do a resolution to call the special election for June. So we're up against the hard deadlines.
Mr. Gill.
I don't want to complicate things any, but it's my understanding, listening to that we could possibly have 3 different council people between now and the first of the year. One we appoint, one that runs for special, and then one that is generally elected. I mean, that is a possibility, 3 different people?
That's a possibility.
Okay.
Ms. Chapman.
I was thinking, I'm sorry. Do we have applicants yet?
I don't know that.
We do. We have 3.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like there's no action on this? Okay. Let's move on to item number 19, subject to available funding. Consider authorizing the purchase of 4 11-yard rear-load refuse trucks from Oklahoma State Purchasing Contract SW-197 to support the bulky waste collection program in an amount not to exceed $850,000. Larry.
Mayor and council, this item is just to authorize purchase of those 4 trucks to supplement our bulky waste collection operations. These trucks were part of our discussion recently of moving the schedule from a Wednesday start time to a Monday start time. Overall, we use grapple trucks and rear load trucks to provide that bulky waste service. In the past, we've been able to basically utilize our commercial trucks that go out and service commercial dumpsters to assist with our bulky waste collection. Over the last couple of years, on average, we've gained about 150 commercial customers. So these trucks are needed to take the place of those trucks so that we can consistently provide that bulky waste service, and to move that start date to Monday, which is our heaviest commercial day.
You ready for questions?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt your presentation if you had more. So I'm curious, it seems like the grapple trucks are so efficient one driver, he gets out and he gets it loaded and he's on to the next deal. These rear trucks, I think of as old style garbage trucks. I always see 2 people in them, a lot of manual labor throwing stuff in. Why is that the best solution for us here?
Really, it's not the best. Grapple trucks are the best. But whenever you run into set outs that aren't compliant, or they're type of piles that can't be accurately collected with a grapple attachment, then you get into that hand labor. So it's really a 2-prong approach. It's really based upon what's set at the curb, what type of material. If it's just a big appliance, a grapple can grab it, put it in the truck and go on. That's a good thing. Or just a pile of tree limbs, they can grab it and go on. But a lot of times, as we've seen, it's non-compliant material or just items that can't be accurately grabbed with a grapple. And so you do end up with a lot of handwork.
So are different licenses required for a grapple truck versus the other, the garbage truck? Does it require CDL?
These particular trucks do not require a CDL, so that gives us the flexibility to use other employees that don't have their Class B CDL. Typically, our other larger garbage truck, yes, that requires a Class B CDL.
How many grapple trucks do we have?
We have 4, primarily frontline grapple trucks.
And you want 4 of these?
Correct.
And how long would it take to get them in?
Delivery time from the vendor currently is about 8 months.
8 months.
So that puts us to the end of the year, basically.
And so if we ordered them now, we wouldn't have them till the first of the year and wouldn't be able to change to Monday until then.
Correct. We would not take delivery of these trucks until probably December, hopefully sooner, but we couldn't guarantee. It's just based on their build time.
It seems to me, and I think I've heard this from other council members, that not picking the trash up, the bulky waste, whatever the politically correct term for trash is, up on Monday is part of the problem with blowing and more time for people to pilfer through it. Do you think that's right or not?
You know, the blowing litter obviously depends on our weather, and that can happen any day of the week. It's just a matter of us.
I'm pretty
getting
sure
to
the
it.
wind's going to blow.
It's just a matter of us getting to it as quick as possible once it's set out. So, and typically residents will want to set those materials out on the weekend. So moving it to a Monday is a good thing. It gets it closer to the weekend where people typically do work, yard work, set out yard waste.
By starting on Wednesday, do we ever complete a zone by Friday?
We do, absolutely. It all depends on the waste load. Summer becomes pretty heavy, but winter months, it's common for us to be done in 2 days.
I kind of wish we'd have never started this and that we were back on some old system, because I don't know where all this trash is coming from. Because for all the years we had a different program, where'd the trash go? But it,
Took it to the dump, to the landfill.
people took it themselves. Do you think that's right?
It really is. I mean, residents have the ability to take it to the landfill for no tipping fee, other than just the gate fee.
Of course, the problem is we promised the citizens this when we went to once a week. So it's like we have to do it. Now, have we considered using contractors? Have we ever bid this out to see what a contractor would bid this for?
We have not issued an RFP or gone through a formal bidding process to get contractor prices. But I can tell you, compared to our pure private haulers, just our commercial rates are much cheaper. And that's why we've gained 150 commercial customers over the last couple of years. Our rates have not gone up. Our rates bring in revenue that supports solid waste operations, as well as giving probably 3/4 of our revenue back to the general fund. And so just the concept of bidding it is a good thing, but I would not expect a private hauler to be able to outbid our in-house resources.
They're not
Be far
on
from it.
dumpsters. They're not on dumpsters. We're lower than what the private dumpsters are.
We
I don't
are.
know if we're making any money or not, but we're paying it.
Mr. Harris?
Larry, did I hear you say these are replacement trucks or additional trucks?
These would be additional trucks.
Okay, so obviously we have the concern with the violators that are, so don't we need at least one more grapple truck just to deal with the people that we're going to have to send out, one here, one there, one here, one there, one here, one there, to address those issues?
Really, with these and the grapple trucks together, working together, we would be in a good shape to address those as they come in. And having these 4 trucks, we could assign one to each zone so that they could go out and do those unscheduled collections as well.
So I turned in about 50 addresses 2 weeks ago to the city manager of just 3 streets in my ward, and probably 90% of those were tree limbs or big, large brush piles, which means 2 guys got to get out, load that all in. And I've seen the gravel guy go by my house and take literally like 2 minutes, and the whole pile's gone. So I just feel like either we need to have at least one more grapple just for the violations, or we should contract out the violation, the bulk waste violation services. How do you feel about that?
Well, and we do contract that out as well. We get neighborhood services involved in some of these for the violation portions, and they have their contractors go out and collect as well.
Okay, because I'm really concerned, because the one, they're not, my concerns have not been addressed. The addresses, some of them have been addressed, but most of them have not. And I see stuff out for weeks and weeks ahead of time, and I'm very frustrated that we're not addressing this. I realize there's manpower issues, there's truck issues, there's all sorts of stuff, but I think the mayor as well has committed to this city that we're going to clean this place up, and we need to start addressing that issue. And if we have to put more grapple, more rear trucks, whatever it is, we need to get it done. We need to get people out there cleaning this up, because my ward is particularly overflowing with limbs and mattresses and all kinds of stuff. So I just would really appreciate you doing your due diligence and finding out what the best solution would be. Thanks.
I will make a note that this is being paid for 100%, I want you to verify this, by a grant.
Not 100%. These 4 trucks, they're roughly about $200,000 each. Public Works did obtain a DEQ grant for $638,000, and we're expecting receipt of that revenue within the next 30 days. But that'll go a long way toward purchase of these 4 trucks.
And so the total is how much?
Current price today, we can get it for $800. So it's sooner we can order them, the better. Those prices go up every week. So
You said that, it sounded like a bargain. Randy?
And I think those trucks are important, because I know in my neighborhood, and some others, you see a lot of leaves and trash that's bagged and tied, like we've asked them to do, but you can't really grapple that. You grapple that, and then it's going to be all over the neighborhood, so they're going to have to move that into a truck by hand. Now, I think, going back to what I said earlier, this may be a good place to do it. I think maybe staff's right. We probably won't be able to get a bid that's comparable to what we can do it for, but I think we probably ought to try, just to see what's out there. That would free us up to do the spot pickups and our normal routes. And if somebody could do it, and we may even want to work out a deal where they get, discounted dumping fee at the landfill. I mean, we're dumping it there anyway. So I don't know what the criteria would be for that bid, but I think it's something we probably ought to look at.
Okay, I do want to point out that the funding source was updated after the printed agenda with support was done. So the funding source says rolling stock fund, comma, ODEQ on-road program reimbursement grant in the amount of $638,532. Now, Mr. Harris.
Larry, I hadn't thought about this. Are these big trucks, are they easier to maintain than the grapple trucks as far as breakdowns and stuff? It seems to me the hydraulics on the grapple might be the weak point on that. So these might be more reliable.
Operation and maintenance wise, a traditional rear load truck is the best, easiest.
Okay. And we could use it for other things as well.
Absolutely, 100%. They also have cart attachments on the back, tippers, so they can be used where, if we were down sidearm trucks for some reason, then they can be used to supplement those as well.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, do we lose this money if we go out for bids and we don't buy them ourselves? What happens to that 600 plus thousand?
We would not lose that grant money. It was connected to purchase of different vehicles.
Okay.
So yeah, it would just go into our rolling stock fund.
Thank you.
Well, council, do you want to take some action?
I have one question, and then I'll make a motion. And I may have just not heard. Can we get these trucks on a state contract? Is there such a thing?
There is, yes.
Okay.
It's written up for the state contract.
Okay. I would make a motion that we direct staff to purchase those trucks using the grant, and to also, if legal lets me do this, within that direction, to put together a bid packet for bulk pickup. that we could put out just to see what kind of prices we can get.
Would you include an on-call version of that? Would you do that?
Yeah, and we can add to that and I don't know what, we used to call it something, I don't know, there was a name for it when Jerry was here, but an on-call phone-in emergency pickup. After hours.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and the lawyer's got his finger on the button.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Randy's saying for that second part of the motion, but that's really not part of the
Yeah.
agenda item, so we need to stay with the agenda item, and you could direct staff to bring something back for council to consider to vote on that.
It was a really good effort, though, wasn't it?
Good effort.
You know, I think the staff can just do that by the consensus of the council. I don't think we have to have a vote to bring it back in 2 weeks and then vote on it, do we?
I'll strip the end of that off of my motion and just make my motion to purchase the trucks. And then, that's my motion.
And I think the manager has heard what the consensus of the council is, so.
Okay, so we have a motion to purchase the trucks on the state contract and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton.
Yes.
Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Motion carries, and we'll take a 7-minute break.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that.
Thanks for hanging in there, Kevin.
One minute. Okay. Let's see, who are we missing? Mr. Hampton, if you'll take your seat, we're going to get started on item number 20. You guys ready? Item number 20, consider waiving the Lawton Municipal Code, Chapter 19A, stormwater and floodplain management requirements for Lawton Public Schools sports field resurfacing project. Superintendent Heim.
Yes, at this time, first of all, thank you guys for your time. As you know, as a school, we're trying to move forward and do a lot of improvements around our school sites. And one of those things we'd like to do, because we don't have our own football field, and our athletic facilities at our high school, middle schools are a little bit subpar, is turf all of those fields. And we have that approved through our Board of Education has approved this project. They're ready to start it. The issue now becomes the permits. In your change, I and I visited with acting city manager, Mr. Ratliff, and he's been great on this. But I talked to Mr. Cleghorn back in February about would I need permits for this, because permits from turf, most cities do not require it. Matter of fact, the people who are doing our turf have done 1,000 fields and say they've never worried about permits before. And Mr. Cleghorn guaranteed me in it, and I had the text message that I didn't need any permits. So in doing my due diligence when we were getting ready to start, you had changed city managers. I thought, well, I'll text or call. I think I called him. I think he might have been on vacation when I called him, actually, just to make sure if I needed a permit that I did my due diligence, because when you change, I've been in change of leadership anyway, so now they're requiring some permits. It would take some time to create some of the work to get it. So I would like to ask you to waive that process of getting permits so we could start. I think they're ready to start work, and they need to start by Monday in order for us to get ready for softball season and for our girls to get to play on turf softball fields this year. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. I'd gladly answer any questions, and again, I appreciate your time.
I'm sorry you had to wait so long to get this item. I'd make a motion that we allow the installation of the fields without a permit.
Have a motion and a second. Is there discussion or debate? John?
Just a little bit of discussion, and Kevin, I'd like to apologize to you and Patty. If I'd have known it was going to take this long, we'd have put you up front.
I think Stan in my golf game, he's kind of punishing me for the way his golf game is.
This is revenge? Is that what this
is? He took a break right before I got up here. You notice that?
But I just wanted to say quickly that, I've reviewed Chapter 19A, which is our stormwater chapter, and because Lawton Public Schools is contemplating turfing, was it 6 fields, 5 fields? Nine fields that equal way more than an acre. Our code requires that there be a what's called an earth change permit as a result of changing from a dirt field to a turf field, and that there be a stormwater drainage study done prior to the permit being issued. But based upon the information that Kevin was given previously, I think it's only fair that we're not necessarily, the agenda item is a little inartful here, but I'd like to make or recommend a floor amendment that we're going to conditionally waive these requirements. And we're going to conditionally waive them. I've talked to Mr. Heim. He is agreeable to doing the floodwater drainage study as construction begins, so they'll do that concurrently. And when that study is done, the findings will be presented to the Stormwater Committee that is impaneled, and I think they last met in October, so we can get them together once that's completed. So that's the only thing that I would add
Do you
here.
accept the floor amendment?
I would accept the floor amendment. I think worst case, at some point, if they decide later on down the road, they'll have to put in some kind of detention, a place for water to sit for 5 minutes.
The whole field's a detention pond.
Do you accept the second? Okay, so I have a question. Why are we requiring what other cities don't? If the state doesn't require it, why are we requiring it? Can somebody tell me that?
I think it's because we have pre-equals post, and it's a solid surface.
Well,
But
Cynthia's
we're not putting a solid surface on it.
kind of our
Well, but
subject
it's
matter expert
turf.
here.
Oh,
It's a French drain.
No asphalt underneath?
No.
Okay, then there shouldn't be a reason.
It's a
Come on
French
up,
drain.
Cynthia. You were ready. You got papers and everything.
Mayor, Council. The question about this is how much area are they disturbing? And so it is federal and state and city statutes that say that if there's any project that is disturbing 1 acre or more of area, that they have to be able to get an earth change permit. And they do require an OKR10 permit, which is a construction permit for any type of grading or disturbing of over 1 acre of earth.
Is that just cities of a certain size, or is that any city and even in the rural?
Okay, so there is an OKR04 permit that is issued by the state that says that cities of certain size have to have their own rules. If they were wanting to do this in an area, say, in Elgin, that they would have to get a permit with only the state. And then since we are of a certain size and we have our own permit, that they have to get one with the state and with Lawton.
Do our state, I guess what I'm wondering, we're not requiring anything that the state doesn't require, is that right?
That is correct. Yes, they would be able to apply for our permit with the same information that they're going to be applying with the state's permit.
We don't require any more work to get the city permit, but somehow we're required to do this.
It's just another sheet of paper. They would essentially transfer the same information that they're putting on the state permit to our permit, and we would be issuing it at the same time that the state will be issuing theirs. We do require a copy of their state permit to be issued with ours.
And so we are required to do this? That's my question.
We are
required, required to do this.
We are.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
I just wanted to mention that you need to clarify that. We're only required by the state DEQ, Department of Environmental, to only do a paper permit. We have to do no engineering or a study. That's required by the city of Lawton under code, but we are not required from the state of Oklahoma to furnish any engineering or any type of a coefficient water runoff.
So there is, under the floodplain stuff, it does show that we have to show that there's not going to be any increase in potential of flooding downstream.
The floodplain for whom?
That would be the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program.
Yes, but that's federal, but it's not a requirement from the state of Oklahoma.
That is part of our programs that we do with our earth change permit, is the drainage calculations.
But that's what we do here. It's not required by the state to furnish any engineering and/or any type of runoff, just to issue a permit. Have to pay for a permit from the state.
I believe that there is drainage requirements for the state also.
I've never seen that and never had to do that.
Mr. Gill, we can provide some additional research. I think that might.
Well, I don't have a problem. I just didn't want something stated that wasn't correct. The state of Oklahoma does not require anything other than to apply for and to receive a permit. Now, the city of Lawton has an ordinance that we do the floodwater runoff, and that's fine. That's fine. And we as a council can do whatever we want to with that. And I like your motion just fine.
Okay.
As long as they can start their project and get it going. But I think we need to keep what the state requires and what we require in order as it is.
Yeah, and we can consider additional code changes down the road, but we're just trying to, to give LPS what they need currently so they can get their fields going.
Okay, and I think we're going to do that, but we've got an opportunity to ask some questions right now, so we're just trying to get some other questions.
Just from my seat, these guys have done 100 turf fields in Oklahoma, and they've never done any of this. So I'm not sure how that, because turf is, the definition of disturbing the soil is, in their mind, is an asphalt or a concrete. They're creating a giant French drain that'll drain better. They improve the drainage. There is no doubt that they're going to improve the drainage. Your runoff is going to be controlled. If it rains 2 inches, you would never see water. Water will never run off of this field. It'll go under down into the French drain, into the storm deal. And I've built a turf field. Dr. James, who's not here, has done a turf field. And these are just, that's where that requirement comes. I'm not disagreeing that maybe we should have, but I don't know of anybody that's ever had to get a permit. I'd be very shocked if Cash or Elgin, either one, got a permit of any kind to build their turf fields in their communities. Because again, it improves the runoff. It's not a disturbance, or we're not putting a concrete pad or a parking lot that is going to change your drainage. It's going to improve your drainage. So that's where, and we'll do whatever we have to do. We just want, the idea of getting started and moving forward and doing whatever we need to do, we're all for.
I think we're going to be fine, but as you know, the Open Meeting Act allows us to discuss things.
Yes.
And so we've got this on here, so we're going to ask a few questions. What were you going to say, Larry?
I was just going to address the statement about on-site stormwater detention. Lawton is unique in that it has a detention requirement where developments in excess of 1 acre also have to show that they're not going to increase downstream runoff for various storm events and increased flooding. That's not a state requirement per se.
So we do have additional requirements besides what the state requires.
As far as runoff control, when you're talking about on-site detention, building impervious cover, whether it be a building, a parking lot, or whatever it is.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Harris?
Yeah, so if I'm right, and when I had built my warehouse, this was because I changed the surface, the water was going to run off. I didn't say whether it runs off faster or slower. It just says if you're going to make a change in the runoff, that survey is required, correct? For Lawton. Upstream, downstream, if there's going to be.
Building project?
Yeah, well, I did a building project, but because I disturbed the dirt and it absorbed water at a certain rate, that now I've changed that absorption rate, which changes how the water runs off. And that's all we're doing is saying we're going to possibly change the absorption or the runoff, and therefore we want to know how that affects downstream and upstream because of flooding, correct?
That's correct.
That's what I thought. So it's not necessarily whether it improves or not, it's just that if we make the change, we need to know what it's doing.
Okay, I think we're going to put an item on a future agenda to get further clarification, and we're going to take care of the school. Mr. Warren?
I was going to ask if we could direct staff to bring this back at some point, not this, but the idea of because it's not just these fields. In a lot of places, California, Arizona, New Mexico, they're using this to do landscaping and lawns and a lot of other things. Your dogs can go out and do their business in the backyard on top of this, and you can wash it down with a hose, and it all goes through and goes out just like it was grass.
So I don't think we can
maybe we need
direct the staff, but I think Mr. Gill's wanting to put this on for further clarification, and we'll do that. Are y'all ready to take care of the school?
Yeah, let's
Okay,
do it.
please vote.
Johnson? Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton?
Yes.
Okay, and the motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
That brings us up to item number 21. Discuss the Oklahoma Municipal League 2022 Annual Salary and Benefits Survey, along with the classification and compensation study and analysis submitted by JER HR Group, and take appropriate action. Craig.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The first item that's on this agenda item is the 2022 Oklahoma Survey and Benefits Report. Hopefully y'all, I understand y'all got a link to that. If you were able to go to it, it's like almost 300 pages worth. So it was too big to send through an email. But what that is the Oklahoma Municipal League puts that survey out every year. And it talks about specific jobs that they do a survey on what their pay rate is, city size, so on and so forth. This one, like I said, was done, and it was in May of 2022. The next one will come out in May of 2023, roughly around that time frame. We did submit information to that for our current pay for the jobs that they have. It's a very in-depth survey, like I said, almost 300 pages, but it just covers 56 positions that they asked for information on. Of those 56 positions, 47 of them we have in the city of Lawton. So we could use this survey to compare with our employees and what their salaries are for about 47 different positions right now. Along with this, also on this is a compensation study. City code says once every 4 years that Human Resources will do a compensation study for our employee salaries. The last one that I found was done was 2018. It wasn't an in-depth study like this one was. This one, we have JER HR Group here, Mr. Johansson and Mr. Sandsmark. Back in September, I believe it was September, October, y'all authorized us to go out for an RFP for a complete compensation study. And this group is who was hired to do that. We sent them information on 275 job positions that we have in the city that we had identified, and they did an in-depth study on those job positions, compared them with other cities to kind of find out where our employees are, whether they're underpaid, overpaid, or perfectly paid. But I want to go ahead and introduce Mr. Johansson and Mr. Sandsmark from JER HR Group. They can explain to you kind of how they did the survey, what they used to do the survey, and their findings. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate it. Mayor and members of the council, staff, it's a pleasure to be here and to be able to address you and talk about the classification and compensation study that you asked us to perform on behalf of the city. This process is what we call a three-step process. The internal process, as Craig was mentioning, is an internal evaluation of your positions, your job descriptions representing over 200 positions. As part of that process, which is a little bit different than what some cities will do where they're just looking at the market pay only, what we do is we look at your positions and your job descriptions and we evaluate them against what we call a job valuing system that allows us to look at your job description based on 15 factors: education, experience, problem solving, accountability, communication, internal, external. And this is a system that we developed back in 1986 timeframe, and we've been using it with cities, counties, utilities, public, private sector businesses over that time period. In fact, we started this work in Oklahoma with the city of Edmond back in 2008, where they went through this process with us, classification and comp study. And so once we complete the internal evaluation of your positions and we determine where they should fit in relationship to each position based on weighted points, then we go to the market and we compare against the market. And what we represent as far as the market would be like type comparable populated cities in comparison to Lawton. And so for this particular study, we had 7 different sources of data. 5 of them were cities, so Norman, Broken Arrow, Edmond, Moore, and Midwest City. Those are the top 5 populated closest to Lawton besides Tulsa and Oklahoma City. We did not use Tulsa or Oklahoma City. We also included Wichita Falls in the study, and then we also included the Department of Labor representing the Lawton market. And that's any employer that's paying wages in this market, both public and private entities. So it's a good representation of pay in this market. And then the 7th source was Salary.com Comp Analyst. And that's a national database that's pulling data from each market. And specifically, we can match that to Lawton. So that gives us another source of data when we're looking at the pay study that represents this market. So in this market, we're able to look at Wichita Falls, the Department of Labor, and Salary.com. And then up in the Broken Arrow, Tulsa area, we used Broken Arrow. And then up in the Oklahoma area, we used Edmond, Moore, Midwest City, and Norman. Once we look at that information, we're asking them to actually provide this current pay information, which is a little bit different than the Oklahoma Municipal League because that's a dated study now because the new study is going to come out in May of this year. So we captured data earlier this year from the municipalities on their actual pay compared to your actual pay. And then once we have that information, we can see how you're doing compared to the market. Based on the 7 different entities. Once we bring all that together, the third phase is what we call compensation management. And in that situation, we can look at your current pay structure compared to the market and see how you're doing. And the variance to market based on the non-uniform positions, you're 22% behind the market, 22% behind market. And then based on that information, we can propose a pay structure that would be recommended that matches that market so that we would take the internal midpoint of the proposed structure and match the market, that 22%, and then see how your employees fall within the proposed pay structure. And that would come before you in the future as far as recommendations from a budget perspective, but we're giving you the ability to see where you are today compared to the market. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
So I do have a question. You took into account education requirements. Is that education requirements as stated in the job description or education of the person that is
Yeah.
holding the position?
In the job description.
Okay.
So for every factor that we're evaluating the job description and not the person in the job.
Okay. But you are evaluating the pay of the person in the position.
Yes, eventually, because once the pay structure is developed, then we're wanting to see how employees are doing within the pay structure.
Okay. Council, do you have questions? None? Okay, there's no recommendation on this. It's just, you're just alerting us to it. We're 22% behind, as
Mayor.
generally speaking.
Mayor, I would, it does say take appropriate action, and I would ask that council consider accepting the pay study, which is consistent with what we've done in the past regarding studies and things of this nature.
Okay, let me, is this coming as a recommendation from the employee committee? Has this been to the employee committee? Because what I read in the code is, it's supposed to go to the employee committee for a recommendation to us.
It has not gone to the employee committee as a recommendation to y'all. It's just coming to you, like the manager said, for y'all to accept it, and then we will take it to the employee committee to see what their opinions are on it, and then we can bring back, because I think it was last council meeting, y'all talked about a plan that you wanted us to bring forward. We will go to the employee committee and talk to them and discuss this with them, and that will be part of what we bring into the plan to bring back to you.
Okay, so by accepting it, we're just basically acknowledging it. Is that correct?
Right, and then there's also kind of an open records component to this. There's already been open records request, and we have up until this point, so we're not releasing because it's not a record under the act. Accepting it would make it a public record.
Okay, I would like to ask, oh, wait a minute, I think I saw Ms. Chet, did you? No. I would like to ask how we got 20% behind. Were we 20% behind at the last survey in 2018?
Dad, I can't answer that question because, one, I wasn't here, and there's not records. All I can find is that there was a survey done, and that's when the last pay scale was readjusted.
Can anybody answer that question for me? Dwayne, you used to be the HR director. Okay, so here's why I'm asking. I'm not trying to rub anything in, but I don't want us to get back in this mess again. Because being 22% behind is not going to be easy to crawl out. So if we don't ask the questions, what's to keep us from getting back in this mess again?
I can tell you from talking to other people in other cities have gotten cost of living adjustments, and we just haven't been given cost of living adjustments in a number of years.
And I'm confused about that because in the 4 years I've been here, the council has not rejected one pay increase recommendation.
I understand that.
So now I did find in the code where it says on a biannual basis, we'll make written recommendations through the Human Resource Director to the city manager. This is the committee. The purpose of the committee, 17-292-15. The committee may, on a biannual basis, January and July of each year, make a written recommendation through the Human Resource Director to the city manager on matters regarding personnel policies, including changes in the personnel rules, administrative regulations, and employee benefits. I assume that includes pay.
Yes.
Then it says the city manager will bring it. Has this not been discussed in the employee committees?
There has been no discussion, nothing brought to me to take to the city manager from the Employee Advisory Committee, no, sir. Not related to anything of this magnitude.
So I'm going to tell you, we've already given, and we got to be careful not to contradict what we said a week ago, but I do think that we have to come up with a system that doesn't allow us to get here again once we get this done. And it's a lot easier to make small adjustments. And I'm going to tell you, I think the fact that we haven't addressed this has got us in a place where we're not able to hire some of the employees we need. Engineering comes to mind. And and it's caused us a problem and caused us a lot of expense, because while engineer is one of those that we can hire out, I'm assuming that it's 50 to 100% more to hire out an engineer than it is to have one on our staff. And I think we all know the importance of engineering. We're not going to propel like propel is intended to be if we don't have proper engineering. But there's many others. We're losing, I've heard that we've lost 4 firemen in the last year to one city, Norman, because they're paying more than we are. But I think we all get surprised because everybody expects the council to know this, and we just generally know, and we're waiting on a recommendation, and we're not getting these recommendations. When we get them, we've approved them. I don't know where to go, but I think we've got to come up with a system that evaluates this annually early enough to make budget decisions so we don't get behind again. So, somebody want to make that motion? Bring back a plan?
I'll make that motion.
There you go. We got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor. I do want to say this, that in any organization, there are standard operating procedures that you follow. And it is no doubt that this 22% that we're at did not happen just yesterday, overnight. And I agree with the mayor. It is no doubt that all of us sitting up here on the council are not going to be here permanently. But there will be other people that replace us. And in that, I do think it's important that we try to come up with some type of standard operating procedures within our organization to where somebody is checking this. And if indeed there hasn't been a cost of living, I mean, it is easy to sit back and blame the council, which we are ultimately responsible, it's no doubt. But I think that there has to be a mandate to where we look at how we're operating as a city. I mean, there's no doubt that everybody needs to be paid a fair wage for what they work. But being here in this position that we're in is I'm embarrassed for the council and the council before us, because obviously there's just not been the I don't want to say hard-handedness to implement and strictly require that happens. But that's the situation that we're in now, and I just wanted to say that as a statement, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
I was just going to mention, and I don't know, I don't doubt that we don't have that study, but I can't imagine why we wouldn't have a study that we've asked to have done previously, and then evidently we probably accepted it at some point. So it's got to exist someplace. I don't know where that is or why we don't necessarily have it, but I think we should have it. I think that might be the first step in fixing this in the future, is to make sure that we have the information ready at all times. But maybe we need to do that, have that information in front of the council by, I'm going to say, end of year. We need to have that in December so that then the manager can start building a budget. I mean, if we wait till March, it's going to be too late.
Okay, so we'll just allow that to be a recommendation as they develop the plan. Are you okay with that? Anybody else want to speak? John?
Oh, jeez. Got to be smarter than the microphone. So just a little bit of context of this discussion. During the budget years, FY13 to FY18, 3 of those 5 years, steps were frozen, so there were no pay increases during that time. And then also, during that same period, FY13 to FY18, there were 0 cost of living adjustments. Yeah, so I think that's probably a large part of what we're facing right now.
Interesting, thank you. We're ready to vote.
Hopefully with this motion, we'll get it.
Johnson, Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton.
Motion carries. Item number 22, Receive a briefing from staff concerning a change in the FY 2023 Reverb purchasing list concerning the purchase of an armored vehicle for the Lawton Police Department and direct staff as necessary. Chief. Chief and Chief.
Mayor, City Council. A few months ago, we were at the Reverb meeting, and we were talking about buying vehicles and how we need to adjust things. And the fire department was in the process of ordering a vehicle, but with the making of the vehicle, and you can correct me, it takes about 2 years by the time they order it in order to bring it forward for usage. And we decided to divert the purchase of the fire apparatus for a couple of years and use that money to buy a armored vehicle. Now, our armored vehicle has been on the budget for a budget or two past, and it's been diverted. Last year, we diverted the purchase of the armored vehicle to purchase some patrol vehicles that was badly needed. We have some patrol vehicles that was almost 20 years old, so we needed to get those patrol vehicles off the road and get some more updated modern vehicles.
Council, do you have questions? So I have a question. We do have something today, but it's 20 years old. Is that right?
An armored vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. We have it. We do not use it. It is very outdated and very dangerous to be on the road.
Is there a give me an example when we would use an armored vehicle?
We, for search warrants, for a barricaded subject, or to rescue individuals, and the most important thing is to protect our officers. As you know, the world is getting a more dangerous place, and the bad guys they're not just using small arms, they're using AR-15s, assault rifles, and the vehicles that we have now, they're patrol vehicles and our vans are not equipped to withstand that type of firepower. So a armored vehicle, when we roll up to those bad situations, or where there is a barricaded subject or something like that, it protects the officers going to those scenes. We do a lot of search warrants so far this year. We have done over 68 search warrants.
That's cool.
And as
So-
you know,
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
as you know, our narcotics, we have done several narcotics search warrants, and our narcotics unit has gotten several thousand of fentanyl pills off the street and dangerous weapons off the street.
You know, the tough part for me is when it comes to safety, and then we have all these pay deficiencies, is trying to figure out where to spend the money. Because it's like there's not enough money to do everything, and there never is. What would be your guidance to us in that regard? We have these pay deficiencies, and this is, I forget how much money this is. Is it 350,000 or something?
Well, sir, this money is coming from the rolling stock that is set aside specifically to buy vehicles.
So, but we do buy some rolling stock out of our budget and our CIP, right? So I'm not sure the money couldn't be maneuvered around legitimately. Go ahead, Joe Don.
Well, I just want to say, yes, there are some vehicles bought out of regular general fund monies, but for the most part, our rolling stock is purchased out of the Reverb account. The money that they're talking about buying here is going to be strictly out of that reverb account. It cannot be used for anything other than a vehicle. And I think that anything, I'd have to double check, but I think that anything that we were planning to buy out of our general fund monies this year, we've already purchased.
Okay, Mr. Gill, do you have a question?
Well, I was just curious, Chief, you were talking about patrol cars and replacing them. This vehicle that we're talking about here is what, $600,000?
It's just a little over 350.
Okay. And that would buy a lot of patrol cars. And I'm just wondering, you said we replaced quite a few, but I know we still have some old ones because I see them running around town. In fact, I have to get out of their way sometimes.
Yes, sir. We still have some of the old Dodge Chargers.
So
on the
I'm
road.
just wondering if our priorities are where they should be. I mean, we need these patrol cars also, so, and we only have so much money. So I was just curious how many we need to replace probably now.
Yes, sir. We are replacing some of those old cars, but like I said before, we have diverted the purchase of the armored vehicle for a number of years in order to buy some of the patrol cars. We have replaced a lot of our patrol cars, and we're still doing that also. But the armored vehicle is needed also. If you look and see throughout the country, so far this year, there's been over 140 mass shootings throughout the country. And just yesterday in Louisville, Kentucky, it was a mass shooting. And the most unfortunate thing was officers went to that scene within 3 minutes, and one of our officers got shot. He'd just been out of the academy for 2 weeks. And we want to protect our officers going to those high, dangerous scenes.
Well, we've been very fortunate here
Yes.
that we haven't had that
And
kind of a...
just 2 weeks ago, we had a prank call at Eisenhower Middle School where one of the kids was saying they was going to a school to shoot up the place. And then if that happened, we would be responding. And I just want to make sure their officers are safe when they have to go into those dangerous situations.
So, and everybody up here, including myself and anybody asking question, want the officers to be safe. So that's not it. But we also want them to be well paid. And now you say what you have now is not safe?
It's inoperable. It's the motor is very old. It would cost too much to repair it. So it's setting, and we haven't used it in years. Right now, when we respond, we use a van, but it's not up armored.
Okay, thank you. And Jared, did you want to say something?
No, we have some timeline issues with the fire trucks. It's taken 24 to 26 months. This seemed like a logical thing for us to partner with the police department, to work with them, to be able to get the items they need for safety. And so I think that as division heads, we're trying to do what you've asked us to do, is to work together to be efficient. And that's why we stepped in to try to help in this situation.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor, I would just add, and Chief can provide more detailed information, but, you know, we seem to be getting more and more of these police encounters with, you know, so-called sovereign citizens that are often well-armed, and, you know, you go out there and they're not the most reasonable folks in the world. And so I think it's imperative that we get this protection for our officers, because these, you know, these types of interactions in the past were anomalies, but they're becoming more common.
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, Chief, and I echo the mayor's sentiments that we all want everyone to be safe. So I'm wondering, is there, what's the lifespan on a vehicle like that once you acquire it?
It's hard to say. All depends on the usage, but it will last 10 to 15 years for sure.
Is this going to be similar to a military vehicle, or is it actually a military vehicle?
It's It's similar, it's up armor. As a matter of fact, I downloaded, well, I copied a model that we're looking at buying.
Thank you, Chief. And so, Comanche County has an armored vehicle already. Do they use it or not, or is it possible we could, or is it in disrepair as well? It's been around a while.
The vehicle they have, I think they got it off a surplus from
Right.
the military, and I don't know the maintenance level or how often they use it.
So the vehicle that you desire would be customized to what you need?
Yes, sir.
Pretty much
Yes, sir.
to address things that a military vehicle might not address?
Yes, sir. It would be customized to the equipment and the needs of the police department. It would not be it's not customized toward the military.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to comment that this is simply a tool, and it's no different than a lot of the other tools that the chief and his officers have at their disposal. A lot of them hopefully stay in a barn or in a scabbard or whatever and don't have to be used. But on that day when that does need to be used, that vehicle will deter enemy fire from a house. A cruiser that we have, many of, won't. They're not bulletproof. Our vans aren't bulletproof. When they roll up on a house in a situation where they need to have a cover situation, this type of equipment is all that's going to serve that purpose. And the important thing about it is, there's a lot of different uses I think that they will be able to use it for. But on the list, I don't know if anybody saw it on the list of equipment and things that are included in that $350 or whatever it costs. Night vision, there's thermal, there's a lot there besides just an armored vehicle. Things that they can use to keep officers safe in multiple situations. And like I said, hopefully it'll go to cops and kids, and the kids will get to see it, and that's the only use it'll ever get. But I'm afraid that that's not the reality.
Yes, sir. It'll have multiple uses. One of them is also for the safety of the public. There have been times when we have to go in and maybe rescue a citizen, and we can use that vehicle also to help facilitate that.
Mr. Hampton.
Yes, Chief, I guess we just had that bomb scare over at McMahon with the backpack. And would they use this vehicle for something like that? Also, the several times there's been people coming in wanting to threaten rioting. And I'm assuming this is the kind of vehicle you would use to deter those dangerous situations like that also?
Yes, sir. And like I said, it will have multiple uses. Like I said, one of the main things, protection of our officers, but also it's a benefit to the citizens of this community.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
So I think the mic might be broken. Can somebody check that mic out? And Ms. Hankins.
Is that what they used to go on the OU campus the other night for that threat?
I don't know, but
I noticed some of the officers were on the outside of that vehicle as they went in, and I was thinking that doesn't seem very safe, but I suppose that would be one of those situations that it would be used for.
Okay, so Mr. Gill.
I had a question to legal. I'm assuming that this money can only be used for vehicles in general, and can we take money from where it was originally designated to the fire department and go to the police department?
I'll defer to Joe Don, but on the first part, I believe this is money that's set aside for rolling stock, the reverb, so that would be vehicles and such, yes.
So this would be an appropriate exchange.
Yes, it would. All we are doing is saying we're not buying one and buying another and transferring the funds from one line item to another.
Okay, so I will say that the 10 to 15-year lifespan brings it into a little more focus for me. 15, if it lasts 15 years, that's a little less than 24,000 a year. If it lasts 10 years, it's a little more than 35,000 a year. So, Council, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson.
That's okay. I just wanted to add that, a lot of times we are not aware of what's actually going on in our community. When we say that, we've been safe or, that doesn't happen in our community, we don't want to be in a position to wait till something happens in our community. So I just wanted to add that because this is something that's really important.
So, and I also want to say the questions are about our job, and our job's accountability. So asking the questions is absolutely important to do. Mr. Harris, I see you headed for your microphone.
Yeah, I just wanted to, are we looking for a motion here?
Yes.
I make the motion that we approve the purchase of this vehicle.
A motion and a second, discussion or debate?
I just wanted to make one comment about rolling stock, and it's off the cuff, but rolling stock originally, when we first instituted it, was for wheeled vehicles, okay? Well, at some point, when I wasn't involved, that got changed to where anything with wheels, like a table, could be bought with rolling stock. And that is not the intention, and that is not what we do anymore. It's for wheeled vehicles.
Mr. Gill.
One question I wanted to ask. I would assume that this vehicle would be used with special interest. In other words, we're not going to send this out to every call that we have where we could possibly use it. And the reason I say that, I think the mayor brought up a real good point, 15 or 20-year life expectancy out of this vehicle. And so we could stretch that out using it just on those special occasions when it's really warranted to have this type of vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure that's the desire behind it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief.
Please vote.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Johnson.
Item number 23, receive a presentation on the 2019 Propel CIP D&D program and how to make it more efficient and take action as deemed necessary. John.
All right, Mayor, Council, how are you all doing today? There we go. All right, so the 2019 Propel CIP D&D program, the funding took effect in December of 2021. Between December 2021 and June of 2022, the city has had both city and citizen-owned had 62 properties demoed, with 35 of those being the city and 27 being the owner. And then 5 were completed remodel during that year as well. The current year from June 22 to March 31st of 23, this year so far, 69 properties have been demoed, with 42 of them being the city and 27 being by the owner. Completed remodels are 6, with 38 active remodels currently. On average, it takes about 12 to 18 months for a property to receive their final inspection to be cleared. With this right now, there's also 50 additional properties that have been awarded and are either waiting for the pending the permits, or they are in the stages to cap the water and sewage. 24 properties are in legal as of right now from December and January. Council's meeting and are awaiting approval, with 14 being sent on April 18th from February's meeting. And then on the next slide, how neighborhood services can make this more efficient. Before, only 10 properties went to legal at a time, and this created a bottleneck for us to get these out to the contractors' hands. Some of them did fall through the cracks that we've noticed and that we found them, and we've already brought these back to you guys for you guys to declare because the statute of limitation has already hit. Now, once the properties hit the permit deadline and do not have an active permit, we send it straight to legal. So if there's 15 properties that are ready to go to legal that do not have a permit, we're sending 15 properties to legal for their approval, for them to do their research on. Another thing as well was, once we received the properties back, we would send it to finance for a bid process. This would take an average of 3 weeks to get all the bids back for each property and award to the lowest bidder. As per a city purchasing agreement now, when it comes back from legal, and if it's under a set price, we are able to award the contract to the contractor with that bid. And then also in the next slide on that one, what are some of the ways that we can speed up the D&D process? Well, some of the ways that we can speed up the D&D process is we can move the permits on how we get permits. We can move the permits and liens to our administration. So it's actually a one-stop shop in our office for our contractors for demos. So if a contractor is ready to get a permit, we can issue that to them as long as we're doing exactly like what License and Permits has done. Communicate with them, we can issue the permits in our office. Neighborhood Services is also currently looking for an RFP contract to assign 100 properties to one contractor. And then also, we also need better clarification during council meetings about the IMPC 5-501-2. A person shall not occupy or permit any other person to occupy a structure that does not have running water, instead of just saying inactive utilities. And on the final slide, with inflation increasing for the contractors, Neighborhood Services has estimated $500,000 to tear down 120 properties a year. Annually, this leaves us with no room for commercial properties because we are given $270,000 just for this. And if we are only given $270,000, that's why we mostly focus on the dilapidated residential areas. Questions?
So where's the 270,000 number come from? That's your limit of what you're allowed to spend?
That's what they have given us for the past 2 years for our limit to spend per year.
So there's 3,750,000 in the CIP for D&D.
That is
It was
correct.
sold as tearing down 500 homes, okay? We really thought there'd be 700. We really budgeted for 700, but we wanted to make sure we reached our goal. It was sold to the citizens as a 4-year program. Now, I don't know how we got off track where 270,000, because if you add all of the paperwork done, that 3.75 million is available today to get it done. And all of Propel is that way. It's already when we can get it. Everybody up here understands the real cost of money is the interest rate we're paying minus inflation. And right now, inflation is more than the interest rate a municipality pays. So I don't know how that got there. This has come up in other instances, and I see it in another instance I'm going to bring up later. But we've got to change the way we think, or Propel can't propel. Now, John, is that just a budget issue? Because what is that? Because the money is there. We may have to borrow it, but it's there.
Yeah,
It's
I think,
approved.
Mayor, that was just a budgetary constraint. That was the amount that they were allocated the last couple of years. But there's no reason that they can't tap into that larger CIP amount. I just, for whatever reason, it wasn't done.
Okay, so will that be amended in the next budget so that they can access more funds and get more?
It will.
Dilapidated homes, houses torn down? Now, the good thing is some people tear the houses down for us, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And so that doesn't, there's administrative costs, obviously.
Correct, and that's this year so far, 27 of them were citizen-owned, or citizen demoed their houses themselves.
Go back to that slide, would you?
It would be the first slide.
Okay, so roughly 35%, maybe 40% are being torn down for the individuals. So we could take that 120 times 135%. So we could potentially tear down 162 with that 500,000, because assuming 35% of them are torn down by the owners, correct? Pretty close.
Pretty close, yes, sir.
Right. Okay, do you think that you can ramp, I mean, first of all, I want to commend you and your staff on getting more efficient at this and bringing 50, well, excuse me, the 50 have already been brought to us and approved. You're putting 50 out to bid to make happen, right?
Correct. So the 50 of them have already been bidded on, and so they've already been encumbered. The cost of the demos have already been encumbered in those 50s, and we're just waiting on permits permits or the water capping to get those taken care of.
Okay, so do you think you can increase the number?
I believe we can, but now also we want to make sure that we're going, make sure that we're keeping up with it.
Mhm. So instead of 120, do you think you can have a goal of 150 next year, next fiscal year?
That would be doable, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, because it appears that $500,000 will get you there. And if it doesn't for some reason, all it is a budget amendment, but we promise the people for your program, and as hard as everybody's worked, we're a little bit behind track on that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Chapman?
Mayor, Council, John, with this budget on the residential homes that the city demolishes, then where do the funds come to keep those properties mowed, for example? Is that part of this budget?
No, ma'am. That's actually part of our abatement that's coming out of the general funds.
Okay.
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, and to follow up on that question, John. So the staff obviously is going out and looking for all these houses to go ahead and put on the demo list. And I tear down a lot of those in Ward 5. With that said, the time frame of getting those lots mowed, I've driven around, there's a lot of those lots that are not mowed now. But you guys have the staffing and everything to be able to take care of all that also, right? The load?
We should.
Because you do grass and I'm sure other code violations.
Because as of right now, we do have 5 code enforcement officers that help out identify. Now, I do go to every single house before I bring it to you guys to make sure that, they might say, hey, John, you might want to look at this. And I go out there myself to make sure that, yes, it is dilapidated, or no, they're working on it. This is still a good house.
So you have the staffing to do the houses, the added houses, as well as to make sure that the lots are clean and doing all the other code with the
Correct,
staff you
because
have.
it comes out of 2 different funds. So we do have our abatement crews that will take care of all the mowing and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then we have 3 contract crews that do our demo.
So you do have all the staff you need. Okay, thank
sir.
you.
Mr. Warren?
You'll have to start your timer, probably. And I think legal's already said that we can't do this, but I refuse to accept that because I just refuse to accept anything an attorney says, because that's just the way I am.
Mr. Warren, it is International Be Nice to an Attorney Day.
Oh, yeah.
So I need you to withdraw that comment.
I will withdraw that. I can just see dollar signs. I just see dollar signs. Because when we do this, and tagging on to what Ms. Chapman said, we spend the dollars to tear this property down. Now we spend dollars to mow it for the next 15 years, or however long it takes for somebody to buy it at auction. Is there not some way that we can file suit against the property owner instead of the property? Because right now, basically what we do is we're in a legal battle with the property. There's got to be some way that we can declare that a nuisance because we've had to touch it 2 or 3 times, and then we can file suit against the owner of the property, and at the very least, we end up with the property.
So, I've been here 22 years, and when I started, we had a different city attorney, Mr. Vincent, and around the time I started, we had the dilapidated program. It was a little bit different. At that time, we initiated a method where we went and had the property declared dilapidated. But we didn't tear it down right away, which this would not really be what the council would want, and I wouldn't recommend it. But instead, we filed a lawsuit in district court to try to compel the property owner to do that, because of course it is their property. So essentially like a nuisance action. That process had some success, but it was nowhere near as fast as what we have now, where John has indicated, you've had how many demoed? I wrote down 35 one year, and well, whatever he said, that number was nowhere near that. So I think this is a good process. One thing, though, perhaps to look at is, once the property the structure has been torn down and the lien is in place, something we're really not actively doing at this point is any type of foreclosure action to foreclose the liens, and that may be something at some point we want to look at.
I think that's a good idea, Council, because what's happening now is eventually, the best thing that can happen is eventually the county will sell it at a tax sale, and then we don't get our money.
Yeah.
So, we just have different places we don't get our money from.
Okay, we have taken some recent action on that. The liens do not get lifted anymore when there's a sheriff's sale, is that correct?
Correct, but I think we're primarily talking about tax sales, where the liens are assessed, the taxes go unpaid for 3 years because most of these properties aren't being kept up to begin with, which is why they're on the D&D list. But I think it's been a bit hit or miss, the enforcement of liens in the past, but we sent a letter to the county treasurer earlier this year, or maybe it was toward the end of last year, where we are affirmatively asserting that the liens will not be extinguished once the sale is complete, because I'd heard from multiple individuals that was what was being communicated at the tax sales. And I don't have any evidence firsthand that happened, but we put them on notice that, it's the county treasurer's responsibility to collect those liens, and 2, we weren't going to waive those liens.
Mr. Gill.
I did have an experience with that, because there was a piece of property that was adjoining my property, and I went and checked on that, and the liens were lifted at the tax sale.
Mr. Gill.
No, I just wanted to ask the question, and I think John answered it. We are on top of that. So legal is doing a good job there to try to recoup that money. I know we weren't getting it for a long time, and that's a lot of money.
Yep, and thank you for being nice to an attorney.
Yes, sir.
I would definitely.
I did that on purpose.
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. There are 2 different sales that the county has. The first one is the tax sale, which occurs in January, and there's another one that occurs later, which is called the commissioner's sale. And during the first one, the liens did apply.
The tax sale is in June. The commissioner sale, I think, is in August.
Right,
Just
generally,
yeah.
yes. And so the first one, they would say the liens are in place, and I have actually acquired properties through that and actually had to pay taxes also. But the second one, generally, they do lift everything except maybe IRS. So
I think that's right, because the commissioner's sale is all of the properties that nobody wanted at the tax sale. So you're talking about, primarily the properties that Shirley Dunn, God rest her soul, would go and buy, which are the 4-foot wide, 700-foot long strip down the middle of the road. Those types of properties are the properties that we see at the county commissioner sale. So.
Mr. Warren.
I'm glad that y'all are doing that, and that's because attorneys are awesome people. But I think we might want to really look at trying to acquire those properties, or a lot of them, because they end up usually coming right back to us again because of mowing and things like that, because everybody has good intentions, and then they find out, I got to go out there every, month and a half and mow.
And that's exactly what we did with that property over by the post office, which streets, they're working on that road right now. I drove by there the other day. It's dug out, so we're working on properties like that, and that's exactly what we did there.
So what we haven't addressed today for you, on the bottom of slide 4, is bring more commercial properties to council. Now, the question is how we're going to pay for that. Now, the CIP, I think the way it's worded would allow it, but it seems to me that we've got to fulfill our promise to the citizens to tear down 500 houses. And so I don't know. I kind of feel like that's got to wait. Now, let me see. The current price is about how much to tear a house down?
We'll say about 4,250.
4,250. So let's take 3,750,000 divided by. So we could tear down 882 homes, and if 35% of the people continue to tear them down themselves, that'd be 1,200. So I think the council needs to think about how they feel about this. Now, we can't, when we reallocate inflationary excess for the CIP, we cannot raise this budget amount. And the reason is the wording in there says not to exceed. And so it's going to take a vote of the citizens. We could probably do it, but I don't think anybody up here is going to be interested in overruling that without a vote of the citizens. And, you know, I think we all know we've got some bridges coming up that aren't funded. We've got some other things we need to do with the Armory and with the Carnegie Library. And I think we just add this, the commercial portion to the next CIP. And until then, it's going to have to come out of the budget, it's my opinion. Comments?
No, I think you're right.
Propel 2.
Okay, so this is not an action item. Does anybody else have any comments before we move on? Great job. Thank you. And we're fixing to hear a fire report. And I think what he's going to say in there, most of the fires are dilapidated houses. And so that makes you realize how much more important it is. I'm going to tell you, too, it's a crime issue. Crime happens around these dilapidated houses and the people that break into them and spend the night and start the fires. Now, I'm not talking about the crime of the fire, other crime. And it includes crime against children. So I think this is a very important program that we have. You guys are doing a great job. Appreciate you accepting a higher goal. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, I did want to say one thing, and that's that as we're moving forward, I've done some research on blight programs in a lot of cities, and it's no doubt that at some point, council, we're going to have to deal with maybe rebuilding or doing something to try to get these properties back viable in the city.
Item number, everybody okay? Move on. Item number, oh, excuse me.
I was just going to say, I don't know if you were skipping to staff reports, Mayor, but Charlotte has a agenda item. There may be a discrepancy in she's got an urban renewal plan, AIC that.
No, I'm not. That's next item on my agenda. It's the next item.
I just want to make sure you were tracking.
I did notice that item 23 seemed to be out of order, but I just went with it the way it was. Item 24, consider updating the urban renewal plans for the city of Lawton and direct staff as necessary. Charlotte.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Barely. I don't think it's on anymore. This one's on. Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay. I'll stay close to it. Okay. So in the downtown area, we have 3 areas that are called urban renewal areas. We have the D6, which is primarily north of Gore Boulevard. We have the Civic Center, which runs down between Gore and C Avenue for a portion. And then we also have the D6 area, which includes the mall and areas between 2nd and Railroad south of Gore. Last July, you guys approved a resolution change to our urban renewal plans to allow for use permitted on reviews for uses that are not currently listed in the urban renewal subdistricts. We did a use permitted on review process through LURA in February for a property located at 2nd and Gore. That property was found not to be consistent. The proposed use was found not to be consistent with the urban renewal plan. And so therefore it died with the Lawton Urban Renewal Authority. It didn't have anywhere to go. So what we are proposing is to put and do another resolution. This is just the start. We still have to take it to Lura and through public hearings, and then you will have the final say with a second public hearing and a resolution approval. But this will allow an appeal process for those properties. So if Lura finds it not consistent, then I've added some language in that will allow them to appeal to the City Planning Commission and see if the City Planning Commission will agree with Lura or not.
So I got a question. It has to do with why did we make the amendment last July? What was wrong with the process that we were trying to fix?
So before last July, the previous community services director had made some changes. We were adding the multimodal transfer center into the different areas, and then we had seen the proposed signs for the proposed car wash at Second and Gore. Car wash is not permitted, it's not listed anywhere. There was nowhere for them to go. They just weren't able to do anything at all. So we added the use permitted on review language into each of the urban renewal plans so that for properties that weren't specifically listed, they could come in and say, hey, I want to do it. I'm at this location. Here's my idea. Here's my plan. Lura would take a look at it and go, yeah, okay, that's something that we haven't thought of. That's, you know, a newer concept. And yeah, I think it fits. It works with the work, live, play that the urban renewal plan is really going for in the downtown revitalization area. Unfortunately, the car wash was found not to be consistent. So this allowed them an opportunity to go somewhere, whereas before they didn't have that opportunity.
Okay, so I think what I heard you say is that was put in there, and I'm talking about that very last clause, was put in there to allow people to come and offer their idea that may not already be listed.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the only problem here is we didn't have a appeal. If the answer was no, there was no place to appeal.
Correct.
But
Yes.
there was no place before either.
No, there wasn't.
What about the Board of Adjustment? What do they play in this?
So Board of Adjustments would have no role in this. Their variances are limited to parking, signage. They're not a use.
Okay, so what would fix this is that, if the committee votes no, then it goes to the CPC, and do you have that wording in this to fix?
Yes. What I've sent you guys and what's in the agenda has that language in that last paragraph for the mixed-use subdistrict for all three areas, that if Lura finds it not consistent, then they have the ability to appeal through CPC.
And they just make a recommendation to LEDA, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they passed it and found it consistent, it still comes to the CPC.
Yeah, so if they pass it and find it consistent, then we actually go out and do public notice, and so we'll notify the property within 300 feet, just like we would on a regular use permitted on review anywhere in town.
And if the CPC says no, I mean, ultimately, does it end up at council?
Yes, because CPC is just a recommending body, so it will eventually make it to council.
Great explanation. I understand so much more. Thank you.
Okay.
Just as it is now.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Warren.
Maybe you can help explain this to me. It's going to be a tough job. At what point, who controls the downtown overlay as far as color, style, all of that? At what level is that controlled?
So that's controlled through our DLARC committee. It's a Downtown Law and Architectural Review Committee. It's essentially the same board as Lura.
Okay.
It's like City Council is the same board as the Transit Trust. So Lura and DLARC are the same group, just different names and different descriptions.
Okay,
and stuff.
but again, that would come back to council, or no?
So if DLARC makes a decision and a citizen or an applicant is not happy with that decision, they already have the ability to appeal through City Planning Commission.
Okay. And council, I only say this because it happened this weekend while we were in Texas. You know, for so long we've allowed things to to define us. And I don't want to say any company names, but Company X, we're so excited to let them come and build, and they'll just build a metal building with a green roof and an orange front door.
Careful
and,
now.
and we're just so happy to get them, and we say, you know, that's all they'll do, and they're not coming unless they do that. Well, that's not true. If you require it and the business is there, they'll do what you require. I saw Burger King's, I saw McDonald's, I saw just a whole sack full of businesses that you wouldn't recognize from Lawton, Oklahoma, that somebody in Fredericksburg, Texas, or wherever said, yeah, we'd love for you to be here, but you're not going to build that. You're going to build what we want you to build. And that's how you get an area to look a certain way. That's the way you get people to come and visit an area, because it has a theme, it has an idea. Just food for thought.
So, and the same is true with them keeping their yard up, though that's not germane, so I take it back. Mr. Gill.
I was going to make a motion that we approve this.
Have a motion for approval.
But
Motion
Kelly
for
wants-
approval. And a second, discussion or debate, Mr. Harris.
I agree with Councilman Warren. I think this is a huge mistake. I think Lura's been doing a good job, and we need to leave that authority with them, because it seems to me that this is an end run around somebody who sold a piece of property making certain promises, and then this other company said, is putting pressure on everyone, including some calls that I got, to make people change their decision, and I don't appreciate that, and I think we should leave this with Lura.
So I think that you might misunderstand what's going on. What we're doing here is the motion and the second that Mr. Warren made were to accept the changes so that no matter what the overlay committee or whatever it's called,
Laura.
whatever they recommend, it still comes to the CPC. Currently, if they approve it, it comes to the CPC, but if it's denied, it doesn't come to the CPC. So all we're doing is, either way, it comes to the CPC.
I understand the motion perfectly.
Okay, very good. We ready to vote? Let's vote.
Can I add something real
Oh,
quick?
yeah.
So, part of what has been said since this went through was that no one knew about the urban renewal plans and stuff like that. And I just want to let you know that they are all available on our website as of probably 30 days ago. I made sure they got on there. And I'm also working with GIS to actually make sure that the zoning map reflects correctly the urban renewal area.
Okay, and you said as of how long ago?
About 30 days ago.
Okay,
I made
thank
sure
you.
they got on there, yes.
A little bit of further discussion, Kelly. I was wanting to try to address your issue. In the past, we've had a lot of businesses that didn't wind up staying here. It wasn't necessarily because they wanted a color, a sign, or they wanted a building. They just don't meet the criteria. The criteria that Laura has is pretty strict and pretty limited. So all it's going to do is open that up for planning commission, then it will come to us for final say. So if we've got a company that comes in and they don't want to conform to some of the basic concepts, we can vote as a council to do something with that. But we won't lose any more businesses, and we have lost some. And I'll be happy to furnish anybody with a list of some that we've lost just within the last 2 years, only because there was no place to go and explain to people what you're really trying to do, and some of the limited ideas that people had, they could have been changed, it could have been worked out, and we could have had businesses here. I think it's a great idea. Like I say, we're not giving up control on anything. We're not just throwing it to the wind. We're just giving people a chance to further explain what they're trying to do and conform if necessary. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, and Charlotte, we're going to go ahead, and you'll work all that out, and it's going to come back again as a resolution then.
Yes, yeah.
this
So
is
we'll
not
take it to Laura to start the process, and then we'll take it to City Planning Commission and back here for a final approval with a resolution.
Okay, thanks.
And a public hearing.
Thank you.
Let's vote.
Harris? No. Chapman? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Yes. Warren?
So what was the count on that?
4-1.
All we're doing is directing.
It failed, though, because you don't have 5. Or you don't have a majority.
So I'm not sure we weren't doing anything but directing staff. Does directing staff require 5?
Yes.
Direct staff as
Yes.
necessary. Motion fails. Let's move to staff reports. Receive a report on the City of Lawton's latest fire protection rating as determined by the Insurance Service Offices, also known as ISO. Jared, 5 minutes.
I understand. I've already cut half of what I was going to tell you, and
Hold on just a minute, Jared.
So all other motions, I'm looking at my, my little. So, yeah, majority of members present.
Okay, so all we were doing was directing staff to bring that back, and so the motion carries. Now, Jared.
okay, 5 minutes. Now, okay, yes, sir. I bring good news. I think first thing I want to say is firefighting is a team sport, and the ISO rating is a team sport, and as such, we're evaluated as a team. The most notable team members outside the fire department are evaluated our emergency communications division, as well as our water department. In our latest ISO study, which was 2022, we just got the results back. Emergency communication makes up 10 points of our 100. Our communications division scored 9.96 out of 10. That was an increase from a 9.85, so it's appropriate that it's National Communications Week and our emergency communications department is knocking it out of the park and helping us achieve our goals. The water system accounts for 40 points of the rating. Our water system scored 33.38 in 2022. That is down 1.49 points from 2017, but I think last council meeting, Rusty presented a plan to council that should allow us to increase our water points moving forward. That relieves the remaining 50 points for the fire department. We scored 44.68, which is an increase of 1.5 points from 2017. Lawton first achieved an ISO Class 1 rating in 2017, and I'm pleased to inform you we've maintained that rating this rating cycle. Our new rating is a Class 1 1X department. We have a split rating now. The Class 1 rating is for those structures that are within 5 road miles of a recognized fire station and within 1,000 feet of a fire hydrant. The second rating, the 1X, applies to properties beyond 1,000 feet of a fire hydrant but within 5 road miles of a recognized fire station. The X equates to a lower rating in those areas we're unable to provide the needed fire flow. Currently, there's 9 departments in Oklahoma who have achieved a Class 1 rating: Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Tinker, and those of note, Broken Arrow, Midwest City, Moore, Norman, Edmond, and Lawton. You have a complete packet on this. The last page shows the breakdown of each division and how the points are figured, and I would be available to answer any questions over the report. I didn't do bad then.
You did good. Any questions? All right, great job. Thank you, Jared.
I've got one question for the
Oh.
chief. Are you going to make space in the new fire department building for the chief to put this new armored vehicle in?
Well, we're not going to be building our new building, but we'll help him out wherever we can. It's a shame I don't get to say what the police department does as part of ISO, but we do have police officers on every scene when we go out and fight fire. They help keep our hoses from being ran over. They're just not a part of the rating, but we do appreciate the police department.
Okay, I've tried, chief.
Right, and I appreciate you working with them on this particular issue. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make a motion.
Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton, Warren.
We are back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Warren. Harris.
Executive session item number 25. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss pending claim action for breach of contract by the city against Alfred Espinoza doing business as AE Construction Company, AEC, and the conversation did occur. Council was briefed, and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 26. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending claims of Dewberry Engineers against the city, and if necessary, take action. The conversation did occur in executive session, and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 27. Tim.
Okay, pursuant to Sections 307B3 and 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss recent appraisals of Schoolhouse Slough area, along with pending claim of Schoolhouse Slough, Inc., and that discussion did occur in executive session, and no action is necessary.
Executive session number 28. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss particular candidates who have submitted applications for position of city manager. It's my understanding that a conversation did occur in executive session, and there is a motion.
Mayor, council, I would make a motion to direct staff to issue an RFP for a headhunter to assist in the hiring of our new city manager. Also included in that, I would direct that staff increase the advertised compensation package to match that of Stillwater and include a performance bonus.
Have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Warren. Yes. Harris. Yes. Chapman.
And the motion carries. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
Yes.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hampton. Warren. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.